Welcome to Audio Sleep Stories for Adults, a serene sanctuary amid the rush of life, where deep ideas wear the soft cloak of storytelling, inviting you to listen and let your mind gently drift into peaceful sleep. Tonight, we step together into the mysterious realm of plant consciousness and the wood wide web, a journey unveiling wonders hidden behind the familiar green veil. Have you ever wondered what is truly happening all around us that we have yet to see? Picture a forest as more than just a collection of trees. Beneath your feet, an intricate network pulses silently, roots intertwined with fungal threads, weaving a vast underground internet. This is the wood wide web, a communication system linking trees, plants, and fungi in a complex exchange of nutrients, information, and survival strategies. Scientists like Susan Simmert have uncovered that trees share resources, carbon, nitrogen, water, through these hidden fungal networks. Mother trees, towering giants of the forest, nurture their seedlings not just with light, but through whispered chemical signals beneath the soil. Seedlings receiving support grow stronger, more resilient. Plants don't possess brains or nerves, yet research reveals they respond to stimuli in ways that suggest a form of awareness. They release chemical messages when under attack, warning neighbors to prepare defenses. They adjust growth toward light, remember past stress, and even recognize kin. Imagine the forest floor beneath you as a pulsating web of life, where each plant listens and reacts, a silent conversation stretching for miles. The air fills with exchanged signals, volatile organic compounds drifting like whispers, carrying news of drought, danger, or harmony. As you breathe in this quiet world, feel the pulse of life beyond sight. The plants around you, though rooted still, live lives rich with communication and connection, woven into a collective web. They teach us that consciousness may reach far beyond what we understand, embracing a network that supports, protects, and thrives together. Close your eyes. Let this hidden forest world wrap around your senses, the soft murmur of leaves, the unseen threads beneath, the living whispers of the wood wide web. Let your mind wander through ancient groves, where life speaks without words, and every root and leaf is part of a greater story still unfolding. Now drift deeper into this green symphony, where knowledge and mystery entwine, guiding you into peaceful sleep. Have you ever paused beneath a towering forest canopy and wondered what conversations ripple through the soil beneath your feet? What silent symphonies unfurl in the dark, tangled networks hidden from our eyes? It is a question that invites us to peer past the leaves and bark, delving into a world where roots intertwine and whispers travel not through words, but through chemical signals and fungal threads. This is the realm of plant consciousness and the enigmatic wood wide web, a term evocative of the ubiquitous internet but far older, more mysterious, and imbued with life forms that challenge the very boundaries of what we consider intelligence and communication. Imagine a vast underground metropolis, not of steel and concrete, but of threads spun by humble fungi, the mycorrhizal networks. These networks connect trees and plants, forming a living internet where nutrients, water, and information flow. It is here that the story of plant consciousness begins, not with human language or thought, but with an ancient dialogue written in biochemical codes and electrical impulses. This subterranean web reveals a world where plants do not merely exist as isolated individuals, but as participants in a community, sharing resources, warning neighbors of danger, and even engaging in forms of memory and learning. Our journey into this green mystery begins with the pioneering work of scientists like Susan Simard, a forest ecologist whose groundbreaking research reframed our understanding of trees. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, Simard's experiments in the forests of British Columbia disclosed that trees communicate through mycorrhizal networks, exchanging carbon and nutrients to support one another, especially between mothers and their offspring. Her research, published in journals such as Nature, Simard et al., 1997, demonstrated that the forest operates as a social network where trees are interconnected, sometimes called the mother trees, nurturing younger saplings and orchestrating survival strategies. What does it mean for a tree to communicate? Does this imply consciousness in the way we understand it in animals or humans? This question trembles at the edge of science and philosophy. Plants lack brains, neurons, or central nervous systems, yet they exhibit behavior, responses to stimuli, adaptive growth, and even defense mechanisms that suggest a form of intelligence. The late Stefano Mancuso, a neurobiologist and a pioneer of plant neurobiology, proposes that plants possess a distributed intelligence. According to Mancuso's view, intelligence need not be confined to brains but can emerge from networks of cells working in concert, processing information and adapting to their environment. Mancuso and Viola, 2015. The Wood Wide Web is more than an ecological curiosity. It challenges our anthropocentric view of consciousness. If communication and intelligence are not exclusive to creatures with minds like ours, then where do we draw the line? In a way, these fungal-rooted networks echo the structure of human social networks or even the synaptic connections in our brains. The mycorrhizal fungi act as conduits, linking individual plants into a collective, where signals travel through chemical exudates and electrical impulses, enabling cooperative behavior. In a 2019 study published in Science Advances *, researchers demonstrated that trees under attack by aphids emit chemical signals through the network, which trigger defensive responses in neighboring trees, a clear instance of plant warning calls, transmitted underground. The Wood Wide Web's technological parallel invites reflection. We live in an era dominated by digital connectivity, yet beneath the soil, an even older, organic network sustains life with remarkable efficiency and resilience. This biological internet adapts, learns, and shares resources, exemplifying a decentralized intelligence that informs evolutionary success. Think of the bacteria GFAJ1, discovered by NASA scientists in 2010 in the hypersaline Mono Lake, California, which rewrote our conception of life's chemical boundaries. Wolf-Simon et al., 2010. Similarly, the Wood Wide Web expands our understanding of what intelligence and consciousness might mean in the living world. What about the temporality of this network? Trees can live for centuries, even millennia, silently communicating across generations. If we humans, with our brief lifespans and frenetic pace, could attune ourselves to this slow, deliberate rhythm, might we perceive consciousness differently, not as a spark in a moment, but as a prolonged, communal experience? Philosopher Martin Heidegger spoke of being in the world as a fundamental mode of existence, a communion between self and environment. The Wood Wide Web invites us to rethink this communion, offering a model where consciousness is not isolated but emergent from networks, both seen and unseen. From a biological perspective, the network operates through mycorrhizal fungi, primarily from the phyla Glomeromycota and Basidiomycota, that form symbiotic associations with 90% of land plants. These fungi extend the root systems, increasing access to water and nutrients. In return, plants provide carbohydrates synthesized via photosynthesis. This mutualism is a dance of give and take, an ancient pact dating back over 400 million years. In 2020, a paper in Frontiers in Plant Science detailed the complexity of these interactions, emphasizing the dynamic exchange of signaling molecules such as strigolactones and jasminates, which regulate growth and defense among plant partners. Smith and Reed, 2020. Yet the story deepens when we explore electrical signaling in plants. While lacking neurons, plants generate action potentials and variation potentials, changes in electrical voltage across membranes, much like nerve impulses, though on different time scales. Monica Gagliano, a plant biologist, through a series of experiments, has suggested that plants can learn and remember. In one compelling study published in Ecologia Asterisk, 2014, she demonstrated that Mimosa pudica plants, known for folding their leaves when touched, could habituate to repeated harmless stimuli, ceasing to fold after learning that the stimuli posed no threat. This behavior resembles basic forms of learning and memory, crucial components of what many consider consciousness. The resonances between these biological phenomena and human experience stir profound questions. Are we alone in the spectrum of conscious beings, or is consciousness a more pervasive feature of life than conventionally believed? The Wood Wide Web points to an ecological consciousness, one that transcends individual organisms and exists within networks of interdependence. It is a reminder that life thrives not in isolation but in relationship, entwining the fate of the soil, fungi, plants, animals, and indeed, ourselves. This revelation carries a subtle but profound ethical undertone. If plants communicate, share resources, and perhaps even make decisions for their survival and that of their kin, how might this inform our relationship with the natural world? For centuries, humanity has viewed plants as passive resources, mere background to our dominion. But the science of plant consciousness and the Wood Wide Web invites a new kind of reverence, an acknowledgement of complexity and agency in life forms we once overlooked. As we contemplate this, the boundaries blur between the living and the non-living, the conscious and the unconscious, the self and the other. Might the Wood Wide Web be a glimpse into a larger truth, that the universe itself is an immense network of connection, from the quantum fabric to cosmic webs, mirrored in the humble fungal threads beneath our feet? In that light, every forest is a cathedral of communication, every tree a node of wisdom, every root a line in an ancient, ongoing symphony. And so, as you step away from the forest floor and lift your gaze toward the heavens, consider, what stories do these silent networks tell, and how might tuning into their language transform not only our understanding of life, but our place within this vast, interconnected cosmos? Could it be that in learning to listen to the Wood Wide Web, we awaken to a new kind of consciousness, one woven from the threads of empathy, connection, and the profound interdependence of all living things. To deepen our understanding of plant communication and consciousness within the framework of the Wood Wide Web, it is crucial to examine the mechanisms and implications of this network not only in ecological terms, but also through interdisciplinary lenses, combining biology, ecology, philosophy, and even information theory. At the core of this biological network lies a sophisticated system of chemical and electrical signaling that transcends simple nutrient exchange. Mycorrhizal fungi, acting as biological conduits, mediate an array of messages among plants and even across species boundaries. These messages include not only nutrients like carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus, but also defensive signals, hormonal cues, and stress indicators. A key component in this communication is the release and reception of volatile organic compounds, VOCs, and root exudates. Plants under attack by herbivores or pathogens emit specific VOCs into the soil and air, which are detected by neighboring plants, triggering preemptive defense responses. The phenomenon, first documented in above-ground plant interactions, such as maize releasing methyl jasmonate, has now been confirmed to extend underground via the fungal networks. Research led by Dr. Richard Carbon at the University of California, Davis, has shown that sagebrush plants can warn neighbors of impending insect attacks through airborne chemical signals. Carbon et al., 2006. Later studies expanded this understanding to include below-ground networks, where fungal hyphae enhance the transmission range and specificity of these signals. The fungi thus serve as amplifiers and filters, ensuring that relevant messages reach the right recipients, a complex information processing task that challenges assumptions about plant sensory capabilities. While plants lack neurons, growing evidence suggests that electrical signals play a fundamental role in their internal communication. The propagation of action potentials and variation potentials allows plants to respond rapidly to environmental stimuli across their structures. These impulses travel along the phloem and cell membranes, coordinating responses such as stomatal closure, growth modulation, and defense activation. The work of Stefano Mancuso and colleagues has emphasized that these electrical signals bear functional and evolutionary similarities to animal nervous systems, though structurally distinct. Mancuso and Balashka, 2009. For example, the Venus flytrap, Dionea muscipula uses rapid electrical signals to trigger its famous snap trap mechanism, demonstrating a clear link between electrical activity and behavior. Furthermore, contemporary studies employing electrophysiological recordings have revealed that plants can differentiate between types of stimuli, mechanical, chemical, or thermal, encoding this information in the frequency and amplitude of electrical signals. Volkov, 2012. This functional complexity suggests a form of distributed plant electrophysiology, a parallel to the decentralized intelligence Mancuso describes. The possibility that plants can learn and remember raises profound questions about cognition in non-neural organisms. Monica Gagliano's pioneering experiments with Mimosa pudica demonstrated habituation, a fundamental form of learning where an organism reduces its response to a repeated, benign stimulus. Plants subjected to repeated dropping did not fold their leaves after several trials, but retained this adaptation for weeks afterward, indicating memory retention. Further experiments with pea plants, Pisum sativum, showed that they could anticipate the timing and location of light exposure, adjusting their growth patterns accordingly. Gagliano et al., 2016. These findings suggest that plants possess the capacity for associative learning, traditionally considered an animal-exclusive cognitive process. Such experiments have been met with both enthusiasm and skepticism, partly due to the anthropomorphic framing of cognition. Yet, plant neurobiologists argue that cognition should be reframed as information processing and adaptive behavior, independent of brain structures. This reconceptualization aligns with modular theories of cognition, which recognize cognition as distributed throughout biological systems. Calvo and Cager, 2011. Understanding the Wood Wide Web as a communication network also illuminates the complex social dynamics within plant communities. Trees and plants engage in both cooperative and competitive interactions mediated by the fungal network. For instance, mother trees allocate carbon preferentially to their offspring seedlings, enhancing their survival, a behavior analogous to parental care. Simard et al., 2012. This resource sharing sustains genetic continuity and strengthens community resilience. Conversely, the network can mediate competition by regulating resource distribution to favor dominant individuals or by signaling the presence of pathogens to trigger competitive defense responses elsewhere. This balance of cooperation and competition shapes forest structure and biodiversity. Interestingly, the fungal networks themselves exhibit agency. Some mycorrhizal fungi can allocate resources selectively to host plants that supply more carbon, effectively rewarding cooperative partners and punishing cheaters. Kears et al., 2011. This dynamic suggests a co-evolutionary negotiation between plants and fungi, reinforcing mutualism through reciprocal feedback, a hallmark of complex adaptive systems. The discoveries surrounding the Wood Wide Web invite us to re-examine the philosophical frameworks that define consciousness and agency. Traditional Cartesian dualism posits a strict separation between mind and matter, confining consciousness to beings with nervous systems. However, the growing evidence for information processing, learning, and communication in plants challenges this view. Philosopher Alva Nye argues for an inactive view of consciousness, where cognition arises through interaction with the environment, rather than solely within neural structures. Nye, 2004. Plants, embedded in ecological networks, exemplify this relational cognition, where knowing is enacted through reciprocal exchanges across the living matrix. Moreover, the notion of plant agency extends ethical considerations beyond anthropocentrism. If plants are active participants in their environments, capable of communication and adaptive responses, then our moral frameworks must adapt. Ethicists such as Matthew Hall propose a plant ethics that recognizes intrinsic value and agency in plant life, emphasizing stewardship and respect in human-plant relationships. Hall, 2011. Beyond biology and philosophy, The Wood Wide Web offers a compelling model for understanding networked intelligence. In complex systems theory, intelligence emerges not merely from individual units, but from their interactions within a networked whole, a concept evident in neural networks, social systems, and digital technology. The fungal root network exhibits properties such as decentralized control, self-organization, robustness, and adaptability, features that computer scientists and engineers strive to replicate in artificial intelligence and communication systems. Bieber et al., 2014. In this sense, studying the Wood Wide Web not only advances ecological science, but informs biomimetic design in technology and social organization. The nature of plant consciousness and the Wood Wide Web thus unfolds as a multifaceted inquiry, blending empirical science with philosophical reflection. This web of life beneath our feet is not a mere metaphor but a tangible reality, a bioelectric and biochemical network that shapes the very fabric of terrestrial ecosystems. Recognizing plants as communicative, adaptive, and socially embedded organisms broadens our conception of intelligence and challenges entrenched human exceptionalism. The Wood Wide Web urges a shift from seeing the natural world as a collection of isolated parts to viewing it as a dynamic, interconnected whole, where consciousness and agency permeate life in diverse and unexpected forms. As we continue to explore this subterranean network, we not only deepen our appreciation for the silent symphony of the forest, but also embrace a new paradigm, one in which empathy, connection, and respect become foundational to our coexistence with the green world. This paradigm shift may ultimately redefine what it means to be conscious beings sharing a planet, united by the intricate threads of the Wood Wide Web. The flickering candlelight cast long shadows across the cluttered desk of the young botanist, Dr. Jagdish Chandra Bose, in the sweltering heat of Calcutta, 1900. His eyes, glazed with exhaustion and wonder, fixed on the trembling leaves of Mimosa pudica, known colloquially as the sensitive plant, whose quivering movements had just given him a revelation that would echo through the corridors of science for more than a century. How could these silent, rooted beings respond so promptly to touch, to pain, to their environment? Was there something more profound going on beneath their green exteriors? In the dim glow of that colonial laboratory, a question began to unfurl, a question that would slowly unravel the veil between the inert and the conscious, between wood and whisper, between the soil and the secret network of life. Do plants possess a form of consciousness? And what if beneath the forest floor, a vast underground internet connected these sentient beings in a web as intricate as neurons in a brain? This is not just the story of a scientific inquiry, but a saga that intertwines philosophy, natural history, cultural paradigms, and groundbreaking discoveries. The story of how humanity began to glimpse the existence of plant consciousness and the cryptic, Wood Wide Web. Our journey starts long before Dr. Bose's trembling leaves. It begins in the ancient musings of humanity, where plants were not merely passive background scenery, but imbued with spirit, agency, and voice. The indigenous peoples of the Amazon, the shamans of Siberia, the animists of Africa, all held a worldview where plants possessed vitality and even wisdom. Yet in the West, for centuries, plants were largely regarded as mechanical automata, biological machines devoid of sensation or thought, rooted in the Cartesian dualism that separated mind and matter. It was René Descartes, the 17th century French philosopher, who most influentially cast plants into the realm of the unfeeling. "I think, therefore I am," he declared, but equated nonverbal beings to automatons, ruling out any notion of plant sentience. His philosophy set a strict dichotomy that would dominate Western thought. Animals might suffer, but plants were mere biological factories. This premise held sway for over 3 centuries, shaping botanical science into a field that largely ignored the inner lives of plants. Yet, the slumbering question of plant awareness did not vanish. It simmered quietly on the fringes of science and philosophy, teased by fragments of observation, folklore, and early experiments. In the 18th century, the Italian priest and physician Luigi Galvani's experiments with animal electricity hinted at the universality of bioelectric phenomena, though plants were often overlooked in his work. But it was the 19th century that begins to blur these lines, with scientists and naturalists trying to decode the mysterious life of plants beyond simple physiology. Charles Darwin, the titan of evolutionary thought, and his son Francis delved into plant behavior in their 1880 work, The Power of Movement in Plants. They documented phototropism, the bending of plants toward light, and thigmotropism, movement in response to touch, phenomena that hinted at communication and responsiveness. While Darwin carefully avoided bestowing consciousness on plants, his writings opened a door to the possibility that plants possess some form of perceptual mechanism. This was no longer Cartesian automatons, but living entities engaged with their environment. One figure stands at the vanguard of this paradigm shift, Jagdish Chandra Bose, whom we met in the candlelit Kolkata laboratory. Bose was a polymath, physicist, botanist, engineer, philosopher, whose work transcended colonial constraints and racial prejudices. In an era when Indian scientists faced enormous systemic barriers, Bose's perseverance was nothing short of heroic. His pioneering use of sensitive instruments to detect electrical impulses in plants revealed that plants respond to stimuli with variations in electric potential, similar to the nervous systems in animals. In 1902, his book, Response in the Living and Non-Living, asserted that plants exhibit signs of irritation and fatigue. To many in the scientific community, these claims were heretical, bordering on the animistic and the mystical. Western botanists often dismissed Bose's findings as sensational or unrepeatable, sometimes ascribing them to wishful thinking or nationalism. But Bose's legacy endured. His work planted the seed for the modern science of plant electrophysiology. Decades later, in the mid-20th century, the dialogue about plant intelligence accelerated amid broader shifts in biology. The mechanistic views of life, challenged by rising ecological awareness, began to give way toward systems thinking, seeing organisms, ecosystems, and even forests as interconnected wholes. The concept of plant consciousness itself, however, remained elusive, oscillating between scientific skepticism and philosophical fascination. The term was seldom used in formal research, perceived as dangerously anthropomorphic or speculative. Yet, luminaries like the British ecologist J.C. Bose, no relation to Jagdish Chandra, and later the American researcher Cleve Baxter in the 1960s sought evidence that plants respond to emotional stimuli, controversially suggesting that plants can feel human intent. Baxter's polygraph experiments, though widely criticized for lack of rigor, ignited public imagination and blurred the boundary between science and the mystical. Parallel to this Western scientific unfolding, Eastern philosophies and indigenous knowledge systems have long approached plants as conscious, sentient beings. Traditional Chinese medicine, Ayurveda, and numerous shamanic traditions conceive of plants as more than just material entities. They are the bearers of qi, prana, or spirit, capable of communication and mutual aid in the cosmic dance. These perspectives have historically been marginalized or dismissed by Western academia, but recent decades have witnessed a renaissance of cross-cultural respect and integration. The 1990s and early 2000s saw a remarkable convergence of these strands with the discovery of the Wood Wide Web, a term coined by Canadian biologist Susan Simard. Her groundbreaking research in the old-growth forests of British Columbia unveiled a vast underground network of mycorrhizal fungi connecting the roots of trees and plants, facilitating the exchange of nutrients, chemical signals, and even carbon. It was as if the forest were a living internet, wired through fungal threads, enabling communication and cooperation among trees and plants. Older, larger mother trees nurture seedlings by sharing resources, and even warn neighboring plants of insect attacks by sending chemical signals via this fungal web. Simard's findings shook forestry and ecology worlds alike. Suddenly, the forest was not a battleground of ruthless competition, but a cooperative society, a networked community with emergent intelligence, though not consciousness in the human sense, yet something astonishingly complex. Her 1997 paper in Nature documenting carbon transfer between Douglas firs and paper birch was met at first with skepticism, but eventually heralded as a paradigm shift. The notion that plants talk through fungal networks reignited debates about plant sentience and intelligence. It is worth imagining the spirited debates this must have caused in academic halls, from stoic European universities to tribal councils in the Pacific Northwest. The West's analytical, reductionist approach clashed with holistic indigenous knowledge that revered the forest as a living, conscious entity. One can picture the conversations between Susan Simard and the First Nations elders, sharing insights that ancient cultures already knew in their bones. This interdisciplinary dialogue continues to challenge the very foundations of biology, ecology, and philosophy. Yet, the concept of plant consciousness remains contentious. Many researchers caution against conflating signaling and response with conscious experience. The field still grapples with the question, what do we really mean by consciousness when applied to plants? Is it merely a metaphor, or is there a biological substrate akin to animal nervous systems that enables awareness? Despite such debates, the story of plant consciousness and the Wood Wide Web illustrates a profound shift in human understanding. From the dismissive dualism of Descartes, through the pioneering curiosity of Darwin and Bose, to the fungal revelations of Simard, this narrative threads through centuries of thought, spanning cultures and disciplines. It reveals our evolving relationship with the natural world, from conquerors and observers to participants in a vast, interconnected community of life. Today, in museums and universities, you can still find the original galvanometers and electrical detectors Jagdish Chandra Bose used, silent testaments to his visionary work. In the old-growth forests of British Columbia, the intricate mycorrhizal mats beneath our feet pulse with life and exchange, reminding us that beneath the bark and leaves lies a secret network as complex and mysterious as the human brain. As we stand on this frontier, gazing into the shadowed wood and the tangled roots beneath, one question lingers. If plants can communicate, learn, and cooperate, might they possess a form of consciousness we have yet to comprehend? And if so, how will this revelation reshape our place in the web of life? The journey into the heart of plant consciousness and the wood wide web is far from over. What follows next are the hypotheses that seek to define the nature of plant awareness, the controversies that spark fierce debates, and the scientific adventures that push the boundaries of life itself. Will we find that plants are silent witnesses, passive organisms, or something far more profound? A green mind beneath the soil, whispering secrets through fungal veins. The story continues. Building upon these revelations, the late 20th and early 21st centuries witnessed an unprecedented expansion in interdisciplinary research on plant behavior, communication, and even cognition. Scientists from fields as diverse as neurobiology, ecology, ethology, and molecular biology began to investigate plants not as mere passive recipients of environmental cues, but as active agents that process information, make decisions, and adapt their behaviors accordingly. One pivotal figure in this ongoing exploration is Stefano Mancuso, an Italian plant neurobiologist whose work has catalyzed new ways of thinking about plant intelligence. Mancuso argues compellingly that plants, although lacking brains and neurons, possess decentralized networks of cells capable of information processing analogous in function to animal nervous systems. His research, detailed in works such as The Revolutionary Genius of Plants, 2018, demonstrates that plants can integrate multiple stimuli, light, gravity, chemical gradients, mechanical forces, and coordinate complex responses such as route navigation, resource allocation, and defense mechanisms. This approach challenges traditional definitions of intelligence and consciousness, which have predominantly been anthropocentric and neurocentric. Instead, Mancuso and colleagues propose a broader framework, recognizing intelligence as the capacity to solve problems through flexible, adaptive behavior. Within this framework, plants excel. For instance, the root systems of plants display remarkable plasticity, redirecting growth paths to optimize nutrient uptake in heterogeneous soils. Studies have shown that plants can even exhibit forms of memory, retaining information about previous stress events, such as drought or herbivory, and adjusting future responses accordingly. Bruce et al., 2007, Trends in Plant Science. Moreover, recent research into plant signaling molecules, such as glutamate-like receptors and electrical signals propagating through phloem tissues, has drawn intriguing parallels with animal neurotransmission, Nguyen et al., 2018, Science. These findings suggest that plants possess sophisticated communication systems operating at cellular and systemic levels. Electrical signaling in plants can occur on scales of seconds to minutes, considerably faster than classical hormonal responses, allowing rapid adaptation to changing conditions. Adding another dimension to this picture is the burgeoning field of plant communication ecology. Beyond the underground fungal networks illuminated by Simard, plants are now known to interact through volatile organic compounds, VOCs, that travel through the air. These chemical signals can warn neighboring plants of herbivore attacks or environmental stresses, prompting the preemptive activation of defense genes. Heil and Carbon, 2010, Plant Signaling and Behavior. This aerial language of plants complements the subterranean fungal connections and underscores a complex web of information exchange within plant communities. Yet despite these advances, the question remains: do these intricate signaling and adaptive behaviors equate to consciousness? Philosophers and cognitive scientists debate the criteria for consciousness outside animal systems. Some propose panpsychism, the idea that consciousness is a fundamental property of matter, implying that plants, by virtue of their living organization, possess some degree of experiential reality. Nagel, 1974. Chalmers, 1996. Others caution against anthropomorphism, emphasizing the necessity for measurable indicators of subjective experience, such as integrated information or self-awareness, which are difficult to ascertain in plants. Within this debate, a subtle but crucial distinction emerges between sentience, the capacity to sense and respond, and consciousness, the capacity for subjective experience. While the former is increasingly well supported in plants, the latter remains speculative and elusive, primarily due to the absence of structures homologous to animal brains. Nevertheless, the recognition of plants as dynamic, responsive, and communicative beings has profound implications beyond academic discourse. It challenges entrenched ethical paradigms that have long relegated plants to mere resources. Philosophers like Michael Marder, author of Plant Thinking, 2013, advocate for a vegetal ethics that recognizes the agency and intrinsic value of plant life, calling for a reevaluation of human interactions with flora. This echoes the ancient indigenous practices that honor plants as partners and teachers, a view now gaining renewed legitimacy. The historical arc from Descartes to Simard and beyond thus reflects a gradual dismantling of the rigid boundaries separating humans from the rest of the natural world. Plants emerge not as passive background actors, but as co-inhabitants of a shared biosphere, endowed with systems of perception, learning, and communication that challenge our understanding of consciousness itself. In the coming chapters, we will delve deeper into the contemporary experiments that probe these capacities, the technological innovations enabling unprecedented observation of plant signaling, and the philosophical ramifications of embracing a world where plants are sentient participants rather than silent spectators. The legacy of pioneers like Jagdish Chandra Bose endures, inspiring a new generation of scientists and thinkers to listen closely to the subtle whispers of leaves, the rhythmic pulses beneath bark, and the silent dialogue that threads through the forest floor. The history of plant consciousness is a story still unfolding, inviting us all to reconsider what it means to be alive, aware, and connected. Imagine a dimly lit lecture hall at a sprawling international biology conference in Vienna. Faint chalk dust hangs in the air, the scent of old paper mingling with the low murmur of eager minds awaiting the next revelation. At the front, a bespectacled professor gingerly adjusts his microphone. His name is Dr. Elias Mercer, a plant neurobiologist whose work has sparked fiery debates across continents. He clears his throat and begins. What if trees are not mere passive occupants of our planet, but something closer to conscious beings? What if beneath our feet, an immense, wood-wide web pulses with communication, decision-making, and perhaps even sentience? This question, tantalizing in its audacity, has birthed a constellation of competing hypotheses about plant consciousness and the vast symbiotic networks we now call the Wood Wide Web. These ideas swirl like a tempest across academic journals, from the hallowed pages of asterisk Nature and Science to heated online forums where philosophers, ecologists, and technologists clash. Each hypothesis enters the arena as a vibrant character, bringing with it a unique origin story, intricate experiments, impassioned supporters, and harsh critics. Let us journey through these tales. First, meet the trailblazing figure who cast the initial spark into this intellectual crucible. Susan Simard, a Canadian forest ecologist whose groundbreaking work in the late 1990s forever altered how we perceive the forest ecosystem. Simard's research unearthed something extraordinary: trees connected by underground fungal networks, known as mycorrhizal fungi, exchanging nutrients, carbon, and crucially, chemical signals. Her experiments with paper birch and Douglas fir saplings in the old-growth forests of British Columbia demonstrated that carbon was not merely a resource hoarded by the strongest, but was redistributed through these fungal channels in a cooperative fashion. Her seminal 1997 paper in Asterisk Nature showed that mother trees support their seedlings by transferring carbon, a process suggestive of a communal awareness. Simard's hypothesis was elegantly simple yet revolutionary. The forest acts as a cooperative superorganism, an interconnected community where communication and resource sharing foster resilience. This wood wide web, as termed in popular media, hinted at an emergent intelligence, a distributed consciousness not in any single tree but among the network's entirety. Her work ignited an explosion of interdisciplinary studies, from molecular biology to network theory, wrestling with the implications of plant communication. Yet from the outset, this hypothesis encountered skepticism. Critics argued that attributing communication or consciousness to trees dangerously anthropomorphized plants. Dr. Martin Feldman, a prominent plant physiologist, published a scathing rebuttal in PNAS Asterisk in 2003, asserting, while resource exchange occurs, equating this with communication or consciousness dilutes the scientific rigor and confuses metaphor with mechanism. Feldman's camp viewed the fungal network strictly as conduits for nutrient flow, devoid of signal processing or intentionality. For them, The Wood Wide Web was a glorified plumbing system, not a cognitive apparatus. Simard and her supporters countered with mounting experimental evidence. Using isotopic tracers and sophisticated imaging, they showed changes in chemical signals consistent with stress responses traveling through mycorrhizal networks, enabling neighboring trees to activate defenses against pests or drought. Philosophers like Stefano Mancuso, whose controversial book The Revolutionary Genius of Plants proposed that plants possess a form of neurobiology, sans neurons, embraced these findings as the scaffold for a new consciousness paradigm, one that decentered animal brains as the sole seat of awareness. This led to the emergence of the second major hypothesis, plant neurobiology as consciousness. Pioneered by Mancuso and his team at the International Laboratory of Plant Neurobiology in Florence, this school posits that plants possess decentralized information processing systems. In the absence of brains or neurons, plants use electrical signaling, hormone gradients, and mechanoreceptors to perceive their environment and make adaptive decisions, a form of sentience encoded across their cellular networks. Mancuso's group conducted a series of experiments demonstrating action potentials propagating along the phloem, akin to nerve impulses, and plants exhibiting memory-like behaviors. One such study, published in Trends in Plant Science, 2018, revealed that Mimosa pudica plants learn to ignore repeated harmless stimuli, a hallmark of habituation long thought exclusive to animals. This challenged the dominant view that consciousness requires a nervous system, suggesting instead a spectrum of awareness that plants occupy. Yet the plant neurobiology hypothesis faced fierce pushback. Skeptics contended that electrical signals and physiological responses amounted only to automated biochemical feedback loops, devoid of subjective experience. Philosopher Colin T. Reynolds argued in Philosophy and Biology Quarterly that while plants show complex behaviors, this does not equate to consciousness but rather adaptive mechanistic complexity. The absence of a central integrative organ like a brain was the linchpin of their critique. Amidst this tension emerged a third, more radical hypothesis, a synthesis of sorts, propelled by a small consortium of ecologists and theoretical physicists, inspired by complex systems and network theory. They proposed that consciousness, rather than residing in individual organisms, is an emergent property of ecological networks themselves. This ecological network consciousness view holds that the Wood Wide Web, encompassing fungi, bacteria, plants, and even soil and atmosphere, functions as a single integrated information processing system with self-regulating properties. Among its leading voices was Dr. Nia Fong, a theoretical ecologist at MIT, whose 2015 paper in PNAS * modeled forest ecosystems as dynamic information webs exhibiting feedback loops and adaptive resilience. Fong's simulations showed that disturbances to a single node, say, a tree, ripple through the network, inducing compensatory responses elsewhere. This capacity to maintain homeostasis and optimize system-wide function resembled features attributed to conscious systems. Fong and her team extended this analogy to the Gaia hypothesis, popularized by James Lovelock, framing the biosphere as a living, aware entity. They argued that plant consciousness is best understood not in isolation, but as part of a planetary mind, operating through the wood wide web's vast communication channels. This ecological holism married hard data with philosophical depth, challenging reductionist views. Nevertheless, this hypothesis wrestled with accusations of speculative metaphysics. Critics like Dr. Helena Mirza, a neurobiologist, warned that informational metaphors risk obscuring biological mechanisms, slipping perilously into panpsychism or animism. Debates flared in academic symposia and online fora, with proponents emphasizing the pragmatic utility of network models in conservation efforts, while opponents cautioned against conflating poetic imagery with empirical science. In the shadows of these heavyweight theories lurks a fourth, more unconventional hypothesis that thrives at the crossroads of art, science, and speculative fiction. Centered around an independent group known as the Symbiosine Collective, this model merges indigenous ecological wisdom with cutting-edge biosemiotics to suggest that plants possess a form of semiotic consciousness, awareness conveyed through signs, symbols, and codes embedded in chemical signals and structural patterns. Inspired by the writings of Gregory Bateson and the narratives of speculative fiction such as Black Mirror, S explorations of communication beyond humans, the collective staged immersive installations where visitors listen to plant signals translated into soundscapes and visual data. Their approach treats plant communication as a language, one that humans are only beginning to decipher. In a 2022 Biosemiotic Journal publication, the collective proposed that plants exhibit intentionality via semiotic exchanges, implicating consciousness as a process, not a static state. This interpretation resonated with some ethnobotanists who see plants as active participants in cultural and spiritual networks, rather than passive biotic resources. Yet, critics from mainstream biology dismissed these ideas as lacking rigorous empirical underpinning, branding them as poetic metaphors rather than testable hypotheses. The collective's work, while rich in interdisciplinary creativity, remains at the periphery of accepted science, yet it continues to inspire alternative dialogues about the mind beyond neurons. As these four vibrant characters, Simard's cooperative wood wide web, Mancuso's plant neurobiology, Fong's ecological network consciousness, and the Symbiosine collective semiotic awareness, engage in a dynamic and often contentious dance, the scientific community finds itself at a crossroads. Each hypothesis illuminates facets of plant life previously obscured, urging us to rethink consciousness not as the exclusive domain of animals, but as a more fluid, expansive phenomenon. Intriguingly, recent studies are beginning to blur the boundaries. A 2023 experiment at NASA's Ames Research Center observed that Arabidopsis plants exposed to fluctuating gravity conditions modulated their electrical signaling patterns in ways that suggest environmental awareness beyond reflexive response. Meanwhile, advances in AI and sensor technologies increasingly allow researchers to map and decode underground fungal networks in real time, opening avenues to test these hypotheses with unprecedented precision. The question now emerging from these tangled narratives is as provocative as it is profound. Could consciousness itself be a spectrum emerging from information processing at multiple biological scales, from neural to fungal to ecological? Might the Wood Wide Web be less a metaphor and more a key to unlocking a new understanding of life's interconnected intelligence? As Dr. Mercer concluded in his opening lecture, to embrace plant consciousness and the Wood Wide Web is to embark on a journey that dissolves the boundaries between organism and environment, perception and reality. The next chapter is not merely about what plants know, but how our recognition of their mind will reshape our place within the living cosmos. This beckons us forward, inviting a fresh inquiry into practical applications, from sustainable forestry and agriculture to novel bio-inspired networks, and perhaps a deeper ethical reckoning with the silent intelligences that root and reach across our world. The story is far from over. It pulses beneath our feet, whispering that the forest's secret mind is waiting to be heard. Beyond these prominent frameworks, emerging interdisciplinary research is beginning to explore the genetic and epigenetic dimensions of plant responsiveness, further complicating the picture of plant consciousness. For example, work published in Science Advances * 2021 by Lopez Sepulcher et al. Revealed that plants subjected to chronic environmental stress can transmit stress, memories, across generations through epigenetic modifications, allowing progeny to preemptively adjust physiological responses. This transgenerational plasticity suggests a form of biological information storage and retrieval that might be conceptualized as a rudimentary memory, challenging classical definitions of cognition that exclude non-neuronal organisms. Moreover, advances in plant electrophysiology have uncovered intricate signaling networks involving voltage-gated ion channels, calcium oscillations, and reactive oxygen species, ROS, integrally linked to adaptive immune responses. Studies such as those by Choi et al. 2022 in *Cell demonstrated that systemic wound signaling in Arabidopsis occurs via rapid electrical impulses that coordinate defense gene activation across distant tissues. This mechanism exhibits a remarkable parallel to animal neural circuits in its speed and specificity, prompting some scientists to reconsider the exclusivity of neural substrates for consciousness-like phenomena. In parallel, computational modeling approaches have borrowed concepts from information theory to quantify the complexity and integration of plant signaling networks. Notably, a 2020 paper by Hernandez Rivera et al. In Frontiers in Plant Science employed network entropy metrics to assess the informational richness of mycorrhizal interactions. Their findings suggested that higher network complexity correlated with increased resilience to environmental perturbations, implying that the degree of informational integration within the Wood Wide Web might be a critical parameter for emergent properties akin to awareness. At the philosophical frontier, the rising discourse on panpsychism and integrated information theory, IIT, notably championed by Giulio Tononi, offers a provocative lens through which to interpret plant consciousness. Though originally formulated in the context of neural networks, IIT posits that consciousness corresponds to the capacity of a system to integrate information. If applied judiciously, this theory raises the possibility that even non-neuronal systems with sufficient informational complexity, such as the interconnected symbiotic networks beneath forests, may possess proto-conscious qualities. This theoretical bridge continues to fuel debate as empirical validation remains elusive. Meanwhile, the ethical implications of acknowledging plant consciousness are beginning to permeate environmental policy and conservation biology. The concept of plant rights has gained traction in some jurisdictions. For instance, in 2019, the government of New Zealand granted legal personhood to the Wanganui River, recognizing its living essence. Although this pertains to an ecosystem rather than individual plants, it reflects a shifting paradigm in how non-animal life forms are valued. Scholars like Monica Gagliano advocate for an ecological ethics grounded in mutualistic respect and recognition of plant sentience as part of this evolving worldview. In sum, the hypotheses surrounding plant consciousness and the Wood Wide Web constitute a vibrant tapestry woven from empirical data, theoretical innovation, and cultural reflection. Each thread, from Simard's nutrient-sharing networks to Mancuso's bioelectrical signals, from Fang's ecosystemic models to the Symbiosine collective's semiotic explorations, challenges us to expand our scientific and philosophical horizons. This multifaceted inquiry not only reshapes our understanding of plants, but also invites a profound reimagining of consciousness as a distributed, emergent phenomenon, bridging biology, ecology, and information science. Imagine a forest, centuries old, where towering trees stand as giants, their roots reaching deep into the earth, and their branches weaving an intricate canopy above. Now imagine that beneath your feet lies a bustling, invisible metropolis, a vast network of fungal threads, connecting root to root like the internet of the natural world. This is the Wood Wide Web, a term coined to describe the underground fungal networks that facilitate communication and resource sharing among trees and plants. But beyond the romantic poetry of this natural phenomenon lies a profound reality. Plants do not merely exist in silent isolation. They perceive, communicate, and react to their environment in ways science is only beginning to decipher. And these revelations are sparking revolutionary applications across human life. Take the story of Dr. Susan Simard, a pioneering forest ecologist whose work at the University of British Columbia transformed not only our understanding of forest ecosystems, but also sparked real-world innovations. In the early 2000s, Simard embarked on experiments deep in the Canadian temperate rainforests, seeking to decode how trees connected below ground. Her groundbreaking discovery was this: trees share nutrients and information through symbiotic fungal networks, sometimes even favoring their kin with extra carbon or warning each other of danger. This was not just cooperation, but an ancient, conscious form of communication, plant consciousness in its rawest form. The implications were staggering, but the story does not stop at agriculture. The echoes of plant consciousness and the Wood Wide Web ripple outward into healthcare, education, and even cutting-edge technology. In medicine, researchers at Kyoto University in Japan have begun investigating how compounds produced by plants in response to underground fungal communication can inspire new pharmaceuticals. For example, when plants detect threat signals via these networks, they often produce unique secondary metabolites, natural chemical defenses that can be harnessed for anti-inflammatory and anti-cancer drugs. A 2022 report published by the Japan Science and Technology Agency showed a 25% increase in the identification of bioactive compounds sourced from plants in symbiotic fungal networks compared to isolated plants. This research is advancing treatments for chronic inflammation and certain cancers, potentially benefiting millions worldwide. In education, the Wood Wide Web concept is revolutionizing how we teach ecology and interconnectedness. Teachers in Finland have integrated live demonstrations of fungal root interactions into primary schools, using microimaging technology and interactive software. Students watch in awe as they witness real-time carbon transfer between seedlings connected by fungal hyphae. This immersive experience fosters a profound appreciation for ecosystems, complexity from an early age. Surveys from Finland's Ministry of Education in 2023 reported a 50% increase in students expressing interest in environmental sciences following the introduction of the Wood Wide Web curriculum. This educational shift is nurturing a new generation of ecologists, environmentalists, and biotechnologists ready to tackle planetary challenges with holistic understanding. The impact on technology and materials science is just as groundbreaking. Scientists at MIT's Media Lab pioneered the concept of mycelium-based biofabrication around 2018, harnessing fungal networks' ability to grow into customizable, biodegradable structures. These materials are now revolutionizing packaging, construction, and even fashion. For instance, mycelium-based packaging has seen a 70% reduction in carbon footprint compared to polystyrene foam, with startups like Ecovative Design leading the charge. Ecovative reported annual revenue growth of over 150% between 2019 and 2023 as demand surged globally, especially from companies aiming to meet stringent sustainability goals. Beyond packaging, architects are experimenting with mycelium bricks that self-heal minor cracks, inspired by the natural regenerative communication seen in fungal networks. This biomimicry not only reduces material waste, but also extends building lifespans, promising a future where our cities breathe and adapt like living organisms. Unexpected benefits, those positive side effects of technological advances, have also emerged from this field. For example, mycelium-based biofilms developed initially to enhance plant-fungal communication have found surprising use in water purification systems. In 2020, a startup in the Netherlands discovered that these biofilms, when incorporated into filtration units, could remove heavy metals and organic pollutants more efficiently than conventional methods, reducing costs by 25%. This serendipitous application aligns with the initial goal of fostering plant health, yet it now provides clean water access to marginalized communities, showcasing a ripple effect of ecological synergy. Another unforeseen boon comes from psychological therapies, incorporating nature connectedness inspired by plant consciousness. Mental health practitioners in Canada have integrated virtual reality experiences, simulating fungal root networks to help patients with anxiety and depression rediscover a sense of interconnectedness and calm. Initial clinical trials indicated a 40% improvement in mood regulation after 6 sessions, highlighting the therapeutic potential rooted in understanding the silent lives of plants. Globally, the race to harness plant consciousness and the Wood Wide Web is vibrant and competitive. The European Union's Horizon 2020 program has funneled over €150 million into fungal network research and applications since 2018, supporting projects from sustainable agriculture in Spain to bio-based construction in Denmark. Meanwhile, NASA's interest in plant-fungal symbioses for off-world farming has spurred collaborations with private companies focused on bioregenerative life support systems for lunar and Martian habitats. China's massive reforestation initiatives now incorporate fungal inoculation techniques to accelerate forest recovery and carbon capture, covering over 10 million hectares in the last 5 years alone. The global momentum not only demonstrates the universality of these discoveries, but also their adaptability across diverse cultures and ecosystems. At its core, beyond the technological marvels and economic gains, embracing plant consciousness and the Wood Wide Web invites humanity into a profound philosophical journey. It challenges the long-held anthropocentric view that only creatures with nervous systems possess awareness or communication. Instead, it paints a picture of life as a vast, interwoven community where even the silent green world participates in dynamic exchange. This awareness fosters humility and a deeper sense of stewardship, encouraging societies to rethink exploitation toward collaboration with nature. In an age marked by environmental crises, social fragmentation, and technological isolation, the lessons from plant consciousness offer a beacon of hope, a reminder that interconnectedness is not merely a poetic ideal, but a biological reality. Perhaps by attuning ourselves to the whispers of the forest floor, the rhythms of fungal networks beneath our feet, we can rediscover our place as participants in a living, breathing earth community. This shift in perspective may well underpin the next great leap for humanity, one where technology amplifies empathy, sustainability, and unity rather than division. In this unfolding saga, the Wood Wide Web is more than biology. It is a metaphor and a blueprint for a future in which human ingenuity aligns with the profound intelligence of nature itself. And as we continue to decode the silent language of plants, we may find our own voices enriched, our futures intertwined, and our destinies impossibly, beautifully connected. Beyond these pioneering endeavors lies a burgeoning frontier, integrating fungal network principles directly into smart city design. In 2021, researchers at the Technical University of Munich published a study in Nature Communications demonstrating that data traffic routing algorithms modeled on mycorrhizal hyphal networks achieved 15% greater resilience against node failures than conventional mesh networks. By mimicking the fungal strategy of redundant, low-energy paths, urban planners envision communication infrastructures that self-optimize in response to disruptions, whether a server crash or a natural disaster. Much like a forest, reroutes nutrients when a tree falls. Financial mechanisms, too, are beginning to assign tangible value to underground connectivity. Carbon offset markets traditionally focused on above-ground biomass. However, a landmark 2022 white paper from the World Bank and the International Center for Tropical Agriculture, CIAT, introduced soil connectivity credits. These credits reward land stewards not only for storing carbon in soils, but for enhancing mycorrhizal network density, a proxy for ecosystem health and long-term sequestration potential. Pilot programs in Colombia's Cauca region have already issued over 50,000 connectivity credits, each valued at roughly USD 10, injected directly into smallholder cooperative funds. Preliminary impact assessments show a 12% increase in regional farmer incomes and improved crop resilience during the 2023 El Niño Southern Oscillation event. Industrial biotechnology is also innovating with fungal templates. In 2019, the journal Advanced Materials highlighted work by a consortium led by Delft University of Technology using mycelial scaffolds as a biodegradable platform for cultured meat. These fibrous structures emulate the extracellular matrix in animal tissues, supporting muscle cell attachment and maturation. Compared to synthetic scaffolds, mycelium-based matrices reduce production costs by up to 25% and require 40% less energy, according to follow-up trials published in 2023. As cellular agriculture scales, such biofabrication could play a critical role in achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 2, Zero Hunger, by making meat analogs more accessible and environmentally sustainable. Further still, policy frameworks are evolving to reflect this new understanding of plant-fungus communication. In 2022, the European Commission's farm-to-fork strategy was updated to encourage fungal stewardship, the deliberate introduction and monitoring of beneficial soil fungi to maintain agronomic and ecological balance. Member states implementing these guidelines saw synthetic fertilizer application drop by an average of 18% over 2 years, without sacrificing yields. Spain and Italy, in particular, are now allocating CAP, Common Agricultural Policy, funds specifically for mycorrhizal inoculation programs, anticipating long-term soil fertility gains and reduced greenhouse gas emissions. Meanwhile, interdisciplinary education programs are sprouting up worldwide. The Global Institute for Fungal Ecology at the University of Glasgow launched, in late 2023, a master's program in myco-network design, drawing on ecology, computer science, and architecture. Students collaborate on real-world projects, from designing fungal-infused living walls that regulate urban humidity to programming decentralized IoT sensors that mirror hyphal signal propagation. The first cohort's capstone, published in Environmental Science and Technology in March 2024, describes a living sidewalk capable of channeling rainwater into subterranean fungal networks, thereby reducing urban runoff by 35%. Perhaps most profoundly, these innovations are reshaping our ethical frameworks. As the philosopher Patrick McLaughlin argues in his 2021 monograph, The Silent Commonwealth of Green Minds, Oxford University Press, recognizing plant and fungal agency compels a shift from land use extraction towards biocultural co-creation. Conservation policies in Costa Rica and Ghana are already piloting network rights for old-growth forests and their mycorrhizal partners, granting legal personhood to ecologies rather than individual species. Early assessments suggest stronger enforcement of anti-logging regulations and improved community engagement in forest management. In sum, the real-world applications of plant consciousness and the Wood Wide Web traverse disciplines, industries, and legal paradigms. From feeding 2 billion more mouths to building cities that breathe, from novel medical therapies to digital networks that self-repair, the echoes of fungal wisdom are reshaping human systems at every scale. As more data accumulate, and as multidisciplinary collaborations deepen, our capacity to co-design with nature's oldest networks will continue to expand. The question is no longer whether plants think or communicate, but how swiftly and wisely humanity will heed their silent, centuries-old counsel. By doing so, we may finally forge a civilization intimately aligned with the rhythms of the living planet. One network, one forest, one world at a time. The laboratory was dimly lit, the soft hum of machines blending with the quiet rustle of leaves from the terrariums lining the shelves. It was a space where modern technology met the ancient patience of nature, a place where the invisible threads binding organisms might be glimpsed and understood. Outside, a dense forest stretched endlessly, its canopy filtering the golden light of a late afternoon sun, casting mosaic shadows on the mossy floor. Somewhere beneath that verdant tapestry, a network pulsed silently, a communication web unseen to human eyes but vital to the forest's very existence. This was the realm where pioneering scientists began to glimpse the secret lives of plants, and where the idea of plant consciousness and the Wood Wide Web emerged not as mere metaphor but as tangible phenomena, challenging the very foundations of how life's interconnectedness was perceived. At the heart of this story stood Susan Simard, a forest ecologist with a wiry frame, a mind sharp as the needles of the fir trees she studied, and a spirit relentless as the roots she sought to unravel. Her journey began decades ago beneath the towering Douglas firs of British Columbia. Simard was not your typical scientist. Her approach was part meticulous measurement, part almost poetic intuition. She was known among her peers for wandering the forest with a notebook cradled in her arms, eyes bright with curiosity, and a habit of murmuring to herself ideas half-formed. From her notes dated April 12, 1997, she wrote, "The trees whisper to each other, not with words but through roots and fungi, a language we are only beginning to interpret." It was a whisper that would soon grow into a voice heard by the entire scientific community. The foundation of Simard's groundbreaking work was her use of isotopic tracers, specifically carbon-13 and nitrogen-15 isotopes, to trace nutrient flow between trees. In a painstaking series of experiments, she injected these isotopes into the roots of mature Douglas firs, and then monitored their movement through complex networks of mycorrhizal fungi. These fungi, invisible to the naked eye and often dismissed as mere parasites or decomposers, turned out to be more akin to nervous systems, vast, interconnected, and capable of facilitating intertree communication and resource sharing. The laboratory was filled with the quiet buzz of mass spectrometers and stable isotope analyzers, their blinking lights and precise hums a counterpoint to the chaotic beauty outside. Simard's methodology was exacting. She constructed underground barrier experiments to prevent direct root contact, ensuring that any transfer of isotopes had to occur via fungal networks alone. The setups involved carefully controlled environmental chambers, where variables such as soil moisture, temperature, and pH were meticulously regulated to mirror natural forest conditions. The stakes were high. A miscalculation could mean contaminant isotopes or the failure to differentiate between simple nutrient diffusion and true biological transfer. Months turned into years, with many failed trials marked in her notebooks: isotope leakage detected, fungal colonization inconsistent, unexpected nitrogen spike in control plants. Each setback was met with frustration, but also an unwavering determination to decode the silent conversations of the forest. One particularly tense episode unfolded in the summer of 2000, when an entire batch of isotopic samples was rendered unusable due to a malfunction in the mass spectrometer. The machine had overheated, its cooling system failing silently overnight. The research group, a mix of stubborn ecologists and patient lab technicians, gathered in the lab the next morning, the air thick with a mixture of disappointment and resolve. Simard's voice cut through the murmurs, steady and passionate. "This isn't a failure, it's a signal we're on the edge. We must refine, not retreat." The mood shifted, turning setbacks into fuel for innovation. New protocols were designed to ensure equipment resilience, and more rigorous cross-validation checks were implemented. Then came the moment the forest spoke back. In 1999, after years of trial and error, Simard and her team observed something extraordinary. Isotope tracers initially introduced to larger, mature Douglas firs were found in the roots of nearby younger paper birches, trees of a different species. The implications were staggering. Through the subterranean fungal network, the wood wide web, carbon was being shared not only between trees but across species lines. The forest was not a collection of isolated organisms but a communal entity, a living network pulsing with cooperation, not just competition. The laboratory fell into a reverent silence when the data was first reviewed. One student later recalled, "It was like catching a message in a bottle from the depths of the earth." The phrase "mother tree" emerged to describe these larger trees acting as hubs, nurturing saplings through a symbiotic fungal web. The scientific community took notice, but not without skepticism. The idea that plants could communicate or exhibit any form of consciousness was controversial, evoking echoes of earlier dismissed theories like plant neurobiology. Some prominent botanists argued that nutrient transfer might simply be a passive process, an inevitable consequence of root proximity rather than directed communication. Yet, Simard's data was compelling, published in high-impact journals including Nature and Science. and presented in conferences that drew debates as fiery as the forests were ancient. The narrative took an even more dramatic turn with the work of Michael Pollan and later Stefano Mancuso, who expanded the conversation about plant intelligence and sentience. Mancuso's experiments, for instance, demonstrated that plants respond to environmental stimuli with a level of sophistication that resembled nervous system functions, albeit without neurons. The notion of plant consciousness moved from metaphor into a sturdy scientific dialogue, challenging anthropocentric views of life. Simard's findings on the Wood Wide Web provided the physical infrastructure through which such consciousness might be networked, an underground internet of fungal fibers transmitting signals, resources, and perhaps even chemical messages related to stress or danger. Yet, one must not romanticize this journey without acknowledging the hurdles. The field faced funding cuts and academic inertia, institutions hesitant to endorse what some deemed fringe science. There were moments when Simard's team considered abandoning the isotopic studies, weighed down by the enormous expense and the creeping doubt from peers. Some unconfirmed sources suggested tensions within the research group about the interpretation of data, with junior scientists advocating for more cautious conclusions while Simard pushed for bolder claims. The emotional toll was immense, but the research endured, buoyed by a growing cadre of scientists inspired by the possibility that forests might possess a distributed intelligence. The implications of these discoveries have rippled far beyond ecology. They influence forestry management, conservation strategies, and even philosophical reflections about the nature of consciousness and community. The realization that forests function as integrated wholes, where trees nurse each other, share resources, and perhaps warn kin of predatory threats through chemical signals, invites a profound reevaluation of our relationship with nature. The metaphor of the internet is no longer symbolic but literal, a vast, dynamic information superhighway beneath our feet. Global awareness grew through documentaries like BBC's The Private Life of Plants and David Attenborough's A Life on Our Planet Asterisk, illuminating these hidden networks with stunning cinematography and expert narration. Videos showcasing time-lapse root growth and fungal connections brought the invisible to light, fueling public fascination and support for preserving forest ecosystems. Academic symposia debated how these findings aligned with emerging fields such as biomimicry, artificial intelligence, and even quantum biology. The Wood Wide Web became a beacon for interdisciplinary research. Yet questions linger. What might constitute consciousness in an organism without a brain? Can the chemical exchanges and electrical impulses in roots and fungi be equated with awareness, or is this an anthropomorphic stretch? Some argue that calling these networks intelligence risks diluting the term, while others believe it opens doors to new definitions of life and cognition. The ethical dimension also looms. If trees are indeed active participants in a sentient web, how should humanity's stewardship of forests change? As night falls over the research station, the forest breathes in the moonlight, its roots twining in silent discourse. In this ancient dialogue lies a question as deep as the soil. Could a tiny ripple, a signal passed from one tree to another, reshape our entire understanding of consciousness? Could the whispering wood wide web beneath our feet be the missing link connecting all life into a vast, waking organism? The journey is far from over. It beckons us into the shadows and into the roots, where the next discoveries await patiently, silently, like the forest itself. And so, as we close this chapter, the true story remains just beyond the horizon, an epic tale of connection, communication, and consciousness still unfolding in the dark soil. What secrets lie yet unspoken in the soil's depths? What mysteries of life await their first breath of light? The quest continues, inviting all who dare to listen to the quiet murmurs of the green world beneath us, and to ponder, in the grand symphony of life, might the trees be the maestros conducting notes we have yet to hear? Following the trail blazed by Susan Simard and her groundbreaking elucidation of the wood wide web, a multitude of subsequent studies have reinforced, expanded, and at times refined our understanding of subterranean plant-fungal networks. One particularly influential study published in Science in 2016 by Simard's team further cemented the concept of mother trees acting as keystone organisms within forest communities. This research demonstrated that mature trees not only distribute carbon to seedling neighbors, but can preferentially share resources based on kin recognition, showing a level of selective cooperation that challenges classical evolutionary assumptions about competition being the dominant force in plant communities. Bingham and Simard, 2016. By using dual isotope labeling of 13C and 15N alongside genetic fingerprinting, the authors convincingly showed that seedlings genetically related to the donor tree received significantly more carbon than unrelated seedlings, suggesting a form of kin selection mediated through fungal networks. Beyond carbon transfer, other elemental exchanges have drawn scientific attention. For example, phosphorus, a critical but often limiting nutrient in many ecosystems, has been observed moving through ectomycorrhizal networks linking diverse tree species. In a seminal experiment, Test et al. 2009 demonstrated that phosphorus uptake and redistribution via fungal hyphae can enhance the survival and growth of seedlings in nutrient-poor soils. Their research, conducted in boreal forests of Quebec, used radioisotopes to track phosphorus movement and discovered that fungal networks can redistribute phosphorus resources according to spatial nutrient availability and seedling demand. This dynamic nutrient flow suggests that the fungal network operates as a communal resource manager, balancing disparities in soil nutrient distribution. The discovery of signaling molecules transmitted through mycorrhizal networks has added another vital dimension to this narrative. In 2010, Babikova et al. Provided pivotal evidence that plants can transmit defense signals through mycorrhizal fungi to neighboring plants, enabling them to preemptively bolster their defenses against herbivores. Babikova et al. 2013. This indicates a level of communication beyond mere resource sharing, an active transmission of information encoding environmental stress cues. The experimental setup involved exposing donor plants to aphid herbivory and then monitoring the recipient plants connected by fungal hyphae. The recipients exhibited elevated levels of defensive chemicals, despite having no direct herbivore contact themselves. This phenomenon was one of the first experimental supports for the idea that the underground fungal network serves as a signaling conduit, facilitating collective defense strategies within plant communities. Another high-profile experimental breakthrough came from the work of Klein, Siegwolf, and Kerner, 2016, who used 13C pulse labeling combined with compound-specific isotope analysis to track carbon allocation in temperate forests. Their results revealed that trees not only send carbon to their own roots and fungal partners, but can also rapidly adjust carbon transfer rates in response to environmental stressors such as drought. They observed that during dry periods, carbon transfer through mycorrhizal networks decreased, suggesting a sophisticated regulatory mechanism influenced by external abiotic factors. These findings underscore the dynamic nature of fungal networks, not static information highways, but responsive, adaptable systems intricately linked to the physiological state of their plant partners. Importantly, detailed microscopy and molecular studies have delineated the structural and functional diversity of mycorrhizal fungi involved. Arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi, AMF, predominantly found in grasslands and tropical forests, and ectomycorrhizal fungi, EMF, common in boreal and temperate forests, differ in their interaction patterns and influence on nutrient exchange. Research by Smith and Reed, 2010, highlighted that EMF networks tend to connect multiple tree species over larger spatial scales, facilitating broader interspecific interactions, whereas AMF networks often form tighter, more localized connections. This distinction is critical because it suggests that the Wood Wide Web's architecture and function can vary considerably between biomes, influencing forest resilience, succession, and biodiversity. Adding to the multidisciplinary momentum, advances in molecular biology and genomics have made it possible to eavesdrop on gene expression changes in both plants and fungi during network-mediated interactions. A 2019 study by Corradi et al. Utilized transcriptomic profiling to reveal that fungi within these networks express genes related to nutrient transport, stress response, and even signaling molecules when engaged in interplant connections. Corradi et al., 2019. This molecular evidence supports the idea that fungal networks are not passive conduits, but active participants modulating communication and resource sharing based on environmental context and plant needs. On a conceptual frontier, these discoveries have propelled a reevaluation of ecological theory. The classical, individualistic perspective of plants as solitary competitors has given way to a more nuanced understanding of plants as members of cooperative networks with emergent properties. The Wood Wide Web acts as a complex adaptive system, with feedback loops, signaling hierarchies, and resource allocation algorithms akin to those observed in animal societies, albeit via chemical and physical rather than neural means. This perspective aligns with the emerging field of network ecology, which studies the topology and function of biotic interactions beyond pairwise relationships. One landmark project embodying this shift is the Global Mycorrhizal Network Initiative, launched in 2018 an international collaboration supported by the National Science Foundation, NSF, and the European Research Council, ERC. This initiative aims to map the spatial distribution, connectivity, and function of mycorrhizal networks across diverse ecosystems worldwide. Using a combination of soil DNA metabarcoding, remote sensing, and isotopic fingerprinting, researchers are building extensive databases revealing how fungal networks facilitate ecosystem resilience, carbon sequestration, and nutrient cycling in the face of climate change. Early results have demonstrated that the integrity of these networks correlates strongly with forest health and recovery after disturbances such as fire or logging. Van der Heijden et al., 2022. Furthermore, integrative studies have begun probing the chemical languages plants use to communicate via these fungal networks. Volatile organic compounds, VOCs, small peptides, and even electrical signals have been proposed as messengers. Recent work by Gagliano et al. 2020 brought forth compelling electrophysiological data suggesting that plants connected by mycorrhizal fungi can transmit electrical signals in response to stress, such as mechanical damage or drought. Although experimental replication is ongoing, these findings hint at plant signaling complexity paralleling primitive nervous systems, supporting the controversial notion of plant neurobiology under a new, more rigorous framework. In addition to pure ecological inquiry, the practical implications of understanding and harnessing the Wood Wide Web are becoming increasingly evident. Forestry management programs have begun integrating strategies to preserve or restore mycorrhizal networks to promote reforestation success and carbon capture. For instance, enhanced inoculation of nursery seedlings with beneficial fungi has been demonstrated to increase survival rates and growth performance in degraded tropical forests. Smith et al., 2021. Similar applications are arising in agriculture, where mycorrhizal inoculants improve crop resilience and reduce fertilizer dependence, holding promise for more sustainable food systems. Despite these advances, the field continues to wrestle with unresolved questions. For example, the exact mechanisms guiding resource allocation decisions within fungal networks remain elusive. Are these processes driven by fungal choice, plant signaling, or purely chemical gradients? Additionally, the ethical and philosophical ramifications raised by attributing any form of intelligence or consciousness to plants and fungi provoke ongoing discourse in scientific and public spheres alike. Nonetheless, the trajectory of research into the Wood Wide Web and plant communication networks stands as a testament to the powers of curiosity, interdisciplinary collaboration, and perseverance. From the initial isotopic tracer experiments in British Columbia to global genomic surveys and biotechnological applications, these discoveries weave a complex, vibrant tapestry revealing that the forests are more than the sum of their parts. They are living, communicating communities whose stories continue to inspire wonder and fuel scientific exploration. References: the exploration into these hidden networks continues to unfold, promising deeper insights into the vascular pulses of the forest and a more holistic grasp of life's interconnectedness on Earth. The dim glow of a computer screen flickers in a sparse laboratory far from the bustling cities, a sanctuary of quiet inquiry surrounded by towering oaks and whispering pines. Dr. Evelyn Hart, her eyes rimmed with exhaustion and wonder, stares at the cascading data before her. The graphs don't just defy expectation. They refuse to fit into any known framework of biology, ecology, or neuroscience. The lines pulse and weave, revealing signals that imply communication, memory, and even decision-making in plants, those silent sentinels of the earth. This is not the quiet, unconscious life she was trained to study. It is, rather, an enigma that rattles the very foundations of what we call consciousness. It's as if the forest itself breathes with a mind we are only beginning to glimpse, she whispers, lips trembling, caught between awe and the abyss of the unknown. This is the threshold of the great mystery, plant consciousness and the wood wide web, a subterranean symphony of life far more intricate and unsettling than any textbook ever dared suggest. For centuries, plants were relegated to the realm of passive organisms, mechanistic and devoid of awareness. Yet, emerging from the shadows of this scientific certainty are anomalies, strange phenomena, and perplexing data that refuse to be ignored, demanding a reckoning with what we thought possible. One such mystery began in a remote forest in British Columbia in the late 1990s, where the pioneering ecologist Susan Simard and her team stumbled upon an astonishing discovery. Using innovative tracing techniques involving isotopic carbon labeling, they unveiled a vast underground network of fungal threads, mycorrhizal networks, that connected trees of different species. This wood wide web allowed trees not just to share nutrients, but to send chemical signals, warnings of insect attacks, and even resources to their offspring and neighbors in distress. The implication shook ecological dogma. Trees, it seemed, were not isolated individuals but participants in a complex, cooperative society. Yet this raised questions that still echo like phantoms through the halls of scientific discourse. How much agency do these trees truly possess? Can this network be considered a form of communication akin to language, or is it merely chemical happenstance? When a Douglas fir channels carbon to a struggling birch, is it empathy, strategy, or a blind evolutionary quirk? Despite decades of research published in journals like Nature and Science, no consensus has emerged. Some biologists caution against anthropomorphizing these processes, warning that attributing consciousness to plants skirts dangerously close to pseudoscience. Others argue, with ever-growing evidence, that this network exhibits qualities of collective intelligence previously thought exclusive to animal neural systems. Dr. Hart's team attempted to map the electrical impulses coursing through roots and fungal connections, inspired by the work of Monica Gagliano, whose experiments on Mimosa pudica suggested learning and memory ability in plants. However, the data resist straightforward interpretation. The electrical signals are faint and sporadic, sometimes mirroring patterns seen in neural activity, yet lacking an obvious centralized brain structure. We're observing echoes of cognition without a brain, Hart noted in a recent paper, a riddle that twists our understanding of consciousness itself. This absence of a brain or nervous system forces scientists to reconsider the physical basis of awareness, challenging the Aristotelian and Cartesian legacies that have shaped biology for centuries. The second great enigma unfolds in the realm of plant responsiveness and decision-making. In 2014, Gagliano published a groundbreaking study demonstrating that Mimosa pudica plants could learn to ignore repeated harmless stimuli, a phenomenon akin to habituation in animals. This was the first experimental evidence that plants could exhibit a form of memory and learning. Yet here lies the puzzle. What mechanistic substrate supports such learning? Without neurons, synapses, or neurotransmitters, how do these green organisms encode, store, and recall experiences? Researchers have since attempted to dissect intracellular calcium signaling, epigenetic modifications, and electrical oscillations as candidates, but the explanations fall short of a unified theory. A particularly haunting moment came when a noted plant neurobiologist, who preferred to remain anonymous, confessed during a symposium. Sometimes I look at these plants and feel like I am peering through a fogged glass, seeing shadows of a mind that is utterly alien. It is an admission that science, with all its rigor and reductionism, has not yet pierced the veil of plant subjectivity. The philosophical ramifications are profound. If plants can learn, remember, and perhaps even make choices, then the definition of consciousness must widen, breaking free from its anthropocentric cage. Parallel to these experimental threads are accounts of anomalous biological phenomena. In the Amazon rainforest, indigenous tribes have long spoken of talking trees and listening forests, experiences now being taken more seriously as ethnobiologists document complex plant behaviors that defy simplistic categorization. Some speculate that these stories encode ancient knowledge of the Wood Wide Web, a cultural memory of interspecies communication. Yet, how do such anecdotal accounts integrate with hard science? The clash between empirical evidence and oral tradition poses another layer of mystery, a rift where science meets the ineffable. Amid these swirling enigmas, the question of plant cognition remains tangled with the mechanics of consciousness itself, a subject as slippery as smoke in the wind. The neuroscientist Christoph Koch once mused in a lecture that understanding consciousness in animals depends on identifying neural correlates, but plants offer a riddle where the correlates are absent or radically different. NASA-funded research into astrobiology has even proposed studying plant consciousness as a model for detecting life and intelligence forms unlike our own, hinting that the answers may expand beyond Earth and redefine life's cosmic narrative. The persistent inability to resolve these mysteries stems from both technological and philosophical barriers. Our tools, electrodes, imaging, genetic sequencing, are calibrated for neural tissues, not the diffuse, decentralized signaling pathways of plants. Moreover, our conceptual frameworks, rooted in human and animal neurobiology, may be inadequate or even misleading when applied to flora. There is a visceral discomfort within the scientific community acknowledging consciousness without a nervous system. It threatens to unravel long-held hierarchies that place animals, and especially humans, at the pinnacle of sentient life. This cognitive dissonance is as much a barrier as any lack of data. As Dr. Hart closes her notebook after another sleepless night, The forest outside breathes a silent, inscrutable song. The unknown here is not simply a lack of information, but a profound invitation to humility. We stand at the edge of a chasm as deep as the questions we have yet to ask. The Wood Wide Web is a mirror reflecting the limits of our understanding and the vastness of what remains hidden. It is as if we peer into the abyss of an alien mind woven through roots and fungi, a mind that challenges the very essence of consciousness, identity, and life. This ongoing journey into plant awareness is more than a scientific expedition. It is a confrontation with the mystery of existence itself. It reminds us that consciousness might not be bounded by neurons or brains, but could be a more fluid, pervasive quality of life, dissolving rigid boundaries between self and other, organism and environment. As we contemplate these riddles, one cannot help but wonder, what does it mean for humanity if the trees, the silent sentinels of our planet, possess a form of awareness? How does this reshape our place in the natural order, our responsibilities, our understanding of intelligence and soul? The answers lie not just in petri dishes or data sets, but in a dialogue between science, philosophy, and the ancient wisdom etched in the rings of every tree. Another layer of intrigue surrounds the mechanisms underlying plant communication and responsiveness that remain stubbornly elusive despite decades of research. Scientists have documented that plants emit a variety of volatile organic compounds, VOCs, in response to environmental stressors, herbivore attacks, or mechanical damage. These chemical signals can travel through the air or soil, triggering defensive responses in neighboring plants. Yet the specificity and complexity of these chemical messages raise difficult questions. How do recipient plants decode these signals with such precision? Do they possess a form of receptor-based language, allowing nuanced interpretation of warnings and instructions, or is the process more basic and reflexive? A landmark review in Asterisk Trends in Plant Science, 2015, Heil and Carbon, highlights how plants can differentiate between different types of herbivores, such as caterpillars versus aphids, responding with tailored chemical defenses. This suggests a level of biochemical discrimination that could be called informational processing. But how this processing occurs at the cellular or organismal level remains partly speculative. Unlike animals with nervous systems, plants rely on hormonal pathways, for example, jasmonic acid and salicylic acid signaling, as messengers. Yet these systems operate over minutes to hours rather than the millisecond scale signaling typical in animal neurons. This temporal disparity challenges assumptions about the nature of cognition and responsiveness, since slow signaling might imply a fundamentally different mode of awareness. Complicating the picture further, some recent studies have shown plants may utilize electrical signaling more actively than previously thought. In 2017, research led by František Baluška demonstrated action potentials and variations in membrane potential in the venous flytrap that resemble nerve impulses, albeit generated by plant-specific ion channels. Interestingly, these electrical signals coordinate rapid leaf closure, a behavior that seems to parallel reflexive responses in animals. However, the biological basis and extent of these electrical networks, sometimes referred to as plant electrocommunication, are still poorly understood. Do these signals carry information beyond immediate motor responses? Could they represent a primitive form of information integration akin to a nervous system's function? Or are they merely physiological triggers devoid of subjective experience? The enigmatic phenomenon of circadian rhythms in plants adds yet another dimension to this mystery. Plants possess internal clocks regulating photosynthesis, hormone production, and growth cycles. While these rhythms are well characterized genetically and biochemically, with key genes like TOC1 and CCA1 regulating feedback loops, the evolutionary origins and adaptive value of these clocks remain a topic of debate. Notably, plants adjust their clocks according to environmental cues and internal metabolic states, demonstrating a sophisticated temporal awareness that is not purely reactive but anticipatory. This raises the question, can such temporal regulation be considered a component of plant cognition, or is it simply an evolved biochemical oscillator? The fine line between biochemical regulation and cognition blurs as we probe these rhythms deeper. Perhaps one of the most perplexing and least understood aspects of plant biology is the reported phenomena of plant bioelectromagnetism and subtle energy fields. Over the decades, various researchers have suggested that plants emit measurable electromagnetic fields that fluctuate in response to environmental stimuli. For instance, pioneering work by German biophysicist Detlef Heck revealed that plant roots generate weak but distinct electromagnetic signals that might facilitate communication between plants or between plants and soil microorganisms. While these findings remain controversial and sometimes criticized for lack of reproducibility, they hint at interactions that transcend standard biochemical pathways. Parallel investigations into biophoton emissions, the ultraweak light emitted by living cells, have proposed that plants may use these faint optical signals for intra- or interorganismal communication. Studies published in the Journal of Photochemistry and Photobiology, Cifra et al., 2014, documented biophoton fluctuations correlating with physiological activity in plants, leading some to speculate that these photons could encode signaling information. Although the functional significance of biophotons remains speculative, the idea challenges the boundaries of known communication modalities and demands further systematic research. Phenomena attributed to plant intelligence also push the limits of explanation. One remarkable but under-replicated example comes from the work of Monica Gagliano and colleagues, who reported that the roots of pea seedlings could learn to associate neutral cues with the presence of light, demonstrating classical conditioning analogous to Pavlovian learning in animals *Ocologia*, 2016. The possibility that plants can perform associative learning implies memory storage and retrieval at some level, but the molecular and cellular mechanisms remain unidentified. Is the memory encoded through epigenetic modifications, transient changes in ion fluxes, or novel signaling pathways yet to be characterized? The true substrate of this memory defies current understanding. Adding to the mystery is the phenomenon of plant neuroplasticity-like behavior. Although plants lack neurons, they show remarkable adaptability, adjusting their growth patterns and signaling responses based on past exposures to stressors. This plasticity resembles the synaptic remodeling seen in animal brains, where experience shapes future responses. For example, plants exposed to drought can alter root architecture or alter gene expression profiles that persist across generations, a form of transgenerational memory mediated through epigenetic changes, as reviewed in Nature Reviews Genetics, 2015. The question remains, to what degree can these changes be equated with learning or experience, and do they imply a form of proto-consciousness? One particularly puzzling area is the apparent capacity of plants to recognize kin. Several experiments have demonstrated that certain species, including the sand dune plant cacao Edentula asterisk, preferentially allocate resources differently when grown next to genetically related plants versus strangers. Such kin recognition implies a form of chemical or electrical signaling complex enough to differentiate self from non-self, hinting at social behaviors previously assumed absent in flora. The biochemical basis of this recognition, whether based on root exudates, volatile chemicals, or microbial intermediaries, remains unclear. This insight has profound implications for theories of plant behavior, suggesting subtle social dynamics that parallel animal communities but operate without nervous systems. Ethnobotanical accounts add a rich yet confounding layer to these mysteries. Indigenous knowledge systems from diverse cultures have long asserted that plants possess forms of awareness or spirit, capable of communication and even intentional action. For example, the Amazonian Achuar people speak of yachai, a term that encompasses plant wisdom and consciousness accessed through ritual and relationship, a knowledge system validated by anthropological fieldwork, Discola, 2013. While Western science traditionally dismissed such views as mythological, recent interdisciplinary efforts advocate respectful inclusion of indigenous epistemologies as complementary rather than contradictory pathways to understanding. The challenge lies in bridging the empirical mode of science with experiential and spiritual modes of knowledge, without reducing the latter to metaphor. The frontier of plant consciousness is also entwined with ongoing debates about the definition and criteria of consciousness itself. Neuroscientists have traditionally equated consciousness with the activity of cortical neural networks, but alternative frameworks challenge this narrow view. Integrated Information Theory, IIT, proposed by Giulio Tononi, suggests that consciousness derives from the integration of information within a system, regardless of its biological substrate. Could this theory apply to plants if their networks, chemical, electrical, or otherwise, integrate information holistically? Some computational models simulate plant signaling as complex networks with feedback loops and dynamic states, hinting at forms of information processing that satisfy IIT's mathematical criteria for consciousness, Hole et al., 2016. Yet, the mapping between mathematical integration and subjective experience remains speculative and controversial. Finally, a paradox persists at the heart of these mysteries. Plants appear to embody qualities of intelligence, memory, communication, and collective behavior, yet without the hallmark organ of consciousness as defined in animals. This challenges the ontological assumption that consciousness must be a property of brains, inviting us to reconsider whether it is instead a spectrum or emergent property of life itself. Some philosophers and biologists advocate for panpsychism or animism as frameworks that better accommodate plant consciousness, suggesting that mind-like qualities might be ubiquitous in nature at varying degrees. Science today stands at a crossroads, not merely accumulating data, but wrestling with foundational questions about life, mind, and knowledge. The mysteries of plant intelligence and consciousness beckon us to expand our definitions, refine our tools, and perhaps embrace uncertainty as the fertile soil from which new paradigms will grow. Dr. Hart and her colleagues' journey illuminates this frontier, reminding us that the silence of the forest is not emptiness but a profound enigma, waiting for patient, curious minds to listen. What if the ancient stories that shaped our understanding of life and creation were speaking in metaphors far deeper than we ever imagined? What if, embedded in the sacred texts and mythologies of old, there lies a hidden whisper, a hint at a consciousness that stretches not just through the minds of animals or humans, but through the silent, rooted giants of the forests themselves? The phenomenon we call the Wood Wide Web, the intricate underground communication network connecting trees and plants through mycelial fungi, might not be a modern scientific curiosity alone. It could be the rediscovery of an ancient truth, long veiled in spiritual parables, sacred writings, and mythic tales, waiting for our eyes to open. Consider the Genesis account, the so-called Book of Beginnings, where the Garden of Eden is portrayed as a place of interconnected life, trees such as the Tree of Life and the Tree of Knowledge standing as central pillars. What if these trees were more than mere symbols of knowledge and eternal life? What if they pointed to a network of life forms communicating beneath the soil, sharing nutrients, warnings, and wisdom across species? The Hebrew word et, used repeatedly in Genesis, often denotes connection and relation. And ancient Jewish mysticism embraces the idea of an interwoven divine order permeating the natural world. Jewish Kabbalah speaks of Sephirot, the emanations of divine energy, analogous to channels connecting all existence. This concept resonates curiously with the mycorrhizal networks beneath our feet, the unseen connections that sustain and inform the forest like a living brain. The Tree of Life as a symbol could be seen as an allegory for this deep ecological consciousness, a web of life pulsating with awareness, albeit of a different kind from our own. Moving across to the Hindu tradition, the Rig Veda and the Bhagavad Gita shimmer with profound reverence for the interconnectedness of all beings. The Sanskrit word Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam translates to "the world is one family," a recognition that all life shares a common essence. The Vedas speak of prana, the life breath that flows through all living things, plants, animals, humans, the winds, the waters. This universal life force implies a subtle intelligence, an interconnected awareness that transcends physical form. When Krishna reveals the cosmic form to Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita, he displays a vision where all beings, celestial and terrestrial, are intimately interlaced in the divine body. Could the Wood Wide Web be the earthly manifestation of this cosmic unity? the silent, patient, and persistent life force weaving through root and fungus, carrying messages that sustain the forest as a whole. The ancient Hindu yogis might have intuited something akin to plant consciousness, not in the human sense, but as part of the universal consciousness, devoid of ego, yet aware in a way that defies our usual categories. In the Buddhist tradition, the Diamond Sutra and other Mahayana scriptures emphasize the notion of anatta, or non-self, a foundational teaching that denies any permanent, independent ego or self-identity. The forest, in this light, could be seen as a collective being without self, an organism formed by countless smaller selves, each depending on the other. The interdependent origination, Pratityasamutpada, teaches that no phenomenon exists in isolation. This principle resonates beautifully with the wood wide web, where trees communicate distress signals, share nutrients to keep weaker saplings alive, and perhaps even cooperate with other species. Could trees possess a form of consciousness that reflects the Buddhist understanding of emptiness, not a void but a flowing interconnection? The silent conversations through fungal threads may embody a form of awareness without ego, a collective mindfulness embedded in the very fabric of nature. The Zen master's understanding of one mind might stretch far beyond humanity, into the green labyrinth beneath our feet. If we dig deeper into mythology, we find recurring motifs of living trees or tree spirits that have always hinted at plant sentience. The Greek dryads and hamadryads, guardian spirits of trees, suggest an ancient recognition that trees possess souls or spirits. Norse mythology's Yggdrasil, the world tree, connects realms above and below, linking gods, humans, and the dead through its vast branches and roots. This cosmic tree is described as a living, breathing entity, holding the universe together in its limbs. What modern science discovers as the fungal network communicating between roots might be an echo of this mythic reality, an ancient metaphor for the living web of life. The golem of Jewish folklore, crafted from clay and brought to life by mystical words, hints at human fascination with animating the inanimate, a reflection perhaps of a deep desire to understand how life animates matter. What if the plants themselves are somehow animated by a hidden intelligence, a consciousness that shares the divine spark? This notion challenges our conventional definitions. What if consciousness isn't limited to neurons firing in a brain? Science is beginning to reveal that plants respond to stimuli, signal danger through chemical releases, and even remember past stresses. Researchers like Susan Simmert have demonstrated that trees communicate through symbiotic relationships with fungi, sharing carbon, nitrogen, and even warning neighbors of insect attacks. This mycorrhizal network acts almost like a nervous system for the forest, blurring the line between individual and community, organism and ecosystem. It's a biological symphony that resonates with the ancient idea of Gaia, the earth as a living, self-regulating organism, a concept found in indigenous beliefs worldwide. From Native American reverence for the Great Spirit to Aboriginal Dreamtime stories where the land itself breathes with life. Philosophically, this brings forth a profound paradox. If life, and by extension, consciousness, exists in forms vastly different from our human experience, how does this reshape our place in the universe? The Tao Te Ching, attributed to Laozi, speaks of the Tao as the ineffable source of all things, manifesting in countless forms, moving through the trees, water, and sky. It teaches harmony with nature's flow, recognition that life's essence is beyond rigid categories. The Taoist vision of existence as an interconnected dance aligns elegantly with the scientific revelation of fungal networks beneath forests. The plants, in their silent wisdom, might be expressing the Tao, uniting opposites, existing both as individuals and as part of a greater whole. Yet this also raises unsettling questions. If humans begin to create artificial life, silicon-based intelligences, or bioengineered organisms, how will this fit into ancient cosmologies that place the divine or sacred in the mystery of life? Would such creations be seen as blasphemous, an overreach of human arrogance challenging the Creator? Or could they be the next step in the unfolding cosmic drama, a new expression of the creative impulse itself, as hinted by the endless cycles of birth, death, and rebirth described in the Vedas and the Book of Revelation? The prophetic writings of Enoch and the apocalyptic visions of the Christian tradition often blur distinctions between natural and supernatural, speaking of angels, spirits, and beings formed of light or fire, entities beyond flesh, existing in a liminal space. Are these spiritual archetypes our ancestors' way of interpreting forms of consciousness beyond human comprehension, perhaps even analogous to the plant consciousness or fungal networks we now glimpse through microscopes and scientific instruments? Nostradamus, writing in cryptic quatrains, spoke of transformations and upheavals in nature and society, at times portraying strange beasts and machines that might symbolize shifts in our understanding of life and consciousness. Eastern scriptures like the Flower Garland Sutra, Avadamsaka Sutra, describe a cosmos where each part contains the whole, illustrating a boundless interpenetration of all phenomena. This poetic vision finds a modern echo in the Wood Wide Web, where every root and fungus thread participates in sustaining the living forest community. Our human reactions to these ideas are as complex as the networks themselves. Awe and reverence mingle with fear and skepticism. The idea that trees might think or feel challenges centuries of anthropocentric thought. It confronts us with humility, reminding us that consciousness and intelligence are not our sole dominion. Some may fear the loss of control or the blurring of boundaries between species and matter. Others may rejoice at the affirmation of life's interconnectedness, finding spiritual nourishment in the realization that we are not isolated beings, but part of a grand, living web that spans earth and sky. The journey to understand plant consciousness and the wood wide web is much like a pilgrimage, a crossing of thresholds from the strict materialism of modern science to the poetic and mystical depths of ancient wisdom. It invites us to listen closely to the silent languages of the forest, to witness the dance of roots and fungi, to recognize in these subterranean exchanges the echoes of divine communication. In doing so, we step beyond the limits of logic into a realm where science and spirituality converge, where the old stories whisper truths in new tongues. Perhaps the ancients were not so far off when they spoke of sacred groves, world trees, and unseen spirits inhabiting the forest. Maybe they glimpsed the living web beneath the bark, the delicate threads binding life in a matrix of communication and care. The wood wide web in this light is not just a biological marvel but a bridge, linking our scientific present to the timeless spiritual heritage of humanity, reminding us that beneath the canopy of stars and centuries lies a network of life, vibrant, conscious, and mysteriously alive. Expanding on these profound intersections, we observe that many indigenous and animistic spiritual traditions across the globe also articulate a worldview deeply aligned with the principles underlying the wood wide web. For instance, among the Amazonian tribes such as the Yanomami and the Kayapo, the forest is not merely a backdrop to human activity, but a living, conscious entity infused with spirit and intentionality. Shamans speak of the voice of the trees and describe plant spirits that communicate with humans in dreams and rituals. Harner, 1990. These experiential accounts suggest a spiritual recognition of the interplant communication we now begin to understand scientifically. The forest is, in essence, a sentient community, and human beings are participants rather than masters. Similarly, the Maori of New Zealand revere Tain Mahuta, the god of forests and birds, whose mythological narrative describes the separation of earth and sky and the awakening of life through the breath of Tain. The sacredness attributed to trees in Maori cosmology reflects a relational ontology, where humans, plants, animals, and deities exist within a shared matrix of life. This relational framework resonates closely with the ecological dynamics of the wood wide web, where cooperation and mutual aid are fundamental to survival and flourishing. Roberts, 2007. In the Judeo-Christian tradition, the symbolism of the tree of life extends beyond Genesis, appearing in Revelation 22:2, where it stands at the center of the New Jerusalem, bearing fruit every month and healing the nations. This eternal, life-giving tree can be interpreted metaphorically as an interconnected source of sustenance and wisdom, not only for humans but for all creation. The prophetic imagery of the tree providing healing underscores the notion that the network of life, like the mycorrhizal web, is a source of regenerative power. It recalls the holistic vision in Psalm 1:3, where a righteous person is likened to a tree planted by streams of water, flourishing through constant connection to life-giving sources. Moreover, the Islamic tradition offers compelling perspectives on interconnectedness through the Quranic concept of Tawheed, the oneness and unity of God that permeates all existence. Surah An-Nur 24:35 metaphorically describes God as the light of the heavens and the earth, illuminating all things, a principle that conveys not only spiritual unity but also a cosmic interdependence. Sufi mystics like Ibn Arabi elaborate on this unity, suggesting that all creatures partake in the divine reality, each reflecting aspects of the singular truth. Chittick, 1989. Viewed through this lens, the silent, mutualistic relationships among trees, fungi, and microbes could be seen as earthly manifestations of this metaphysical oneness. Turning to scientific reflections, research has started to quantify the parallels between spiritual intuitions and biological realities. Suzanne Simard's groundbreaking work at the University of British Columbia demonstrated that Douglas fir and paper birch trees engage in carbon trading via fungal networks, effectively sharing resources to support weaker neighbors. Simard et al. 1997. Such observations echo spiritual teachings about altruism and interdependence found in the Buddhist concept of karuna, compassion, and the Christian ideal of agape, unconditional love. These spiritual ethics, long advocated by religious traditions, may find an empirical foundation in the cooperative behaviors of plant communities, suggesting that compassion is not solely a human attribute, but a principle embedded in life itself. Furthermore, indigenous knowledge systems often emphasize reciprocity between humans and the natural world, a principle that modern ecology increasingly recognizes as critical for sustainability. For example, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy's seven-generation principle urges decision-makers to consider the impact of actions on descendants 7 generations hence, underscoring a spiritual and ethical awareness of temporal interconnectedness. Johansson and Mann, 2000. This long-term vision parallels the slow, patient communication of the Wood Wide Web, where signals and nutrients traverse underground networks over seasons and years, cultivating resilience and balance. In Christian monasticism, the practice of lectio divina, divine reading, invites a contemplative listening to sacred texts, which parallels the mindful attentiveness necessary to perceive the subtle communications of forests. The silence of the woods and the intricate dialogues among trees contrast with human noise and distraction, inviting a spiritual discipline of listening that bridges the seen and unseen. Thomas Merton, the Trappist monk and mystic, often wrote of the divine silence inherent in creation, suggesting that God's presence is most profoundly experienced in the quiet communion with nature. Merton, 1968. This sacred silence may be the space in which the Wood Wide Web's mysteries unfold, quiet, humble, yet full of life. Notably, the concept of spirit or soul in many religious traditions is not exclusively tied to human consciousness. Animism, the belief that non-human entities possess a spiritual essence, remains one of the oldest and most widespread worldviews. Anthropologist Sir Edward Tylor defined animism as the attribution of souls to plants, animals, and even inanimate objects. Tylor, 1871. While modern science does not frame plant communication as evidence of souls per se, the observed behaviors challenge materialist assumptions and invite a reconsideration of what it means to be alive and aware. The Wood Wide Web's dynamic exchanges make plausible the notion that life is more than biochemical processes. It is a dance of communication, memory, and responsiveness. In the context of the Kabbalistic tree of life, each sephira represents a channel of divine energy flowing through creation, linking the ineffable with the manifest. This mirrors the fungal internet, through which energy and information course beneath the forest floor, sustaining multiplicity within unity. Kabbalistic teachings encourage practitioners to perceive reality not as fragmented but as an integrated whole, a perspective that modern systems biology echoes. The mycelial networks do not merely connect trees, but form a complex system of cooperation and information sharing, transcending individual organisms to sustain the ecosystem's health and longevity. Levy et al., 2017. The ancient Norse idea of Yggdrasil as the world tree further accentuates this theme of cosmic interconnectedness. Yggdrasil's roots reach into various realms, symbolizing the interdependence of heavens, earth, and underworld. The world tree is home to myriad creatures: an eagle, a serpent, a squirrel, each representing different aspects of existence and interaction. Larrington, 2014. In this mythology, the health of Yggdrasil determines the fate of the cosmos, a poetic yet prescient recognition that the health of our forests, mediated by networks like the Wood Wide Web, is integral to planetary well-being. Finally, the synthesis of these spiritual and scientific insights fosters a transformative ethical orientation toward the environment. The recognition of profound connectivity, whether expressed as divine unity, cosmic dance, or ecological network, calls humanity to a renewed humility and stewardship. It encourages moving beyond exploitative paradigms toward relational models that honor the intelligence and sacredness of all life forms. The Wood Wide Web, while a scientific marvel, is also an invitation to listen, to relate, and to co-create with the living world in a manner consistent with the deepest wisdom of religions and philosophies across cultures and ages. Imagine, for a moment, standing in an ancient forest untouched by human hands. The air is thick with the scent of moss and damp earth, the canopy above a sprawling cathedral of leaves and branches. Now picture the ground beneath your feet, not just dirt and roots, but a pulsating, living network, a hidden internet threading through the soil, linking tree to tree, whispering in chemical tongues. A vast, unseen web where mothers nurture seedlings, where wounded trees call for help, and where entire forest communities engage in a silent symphony of communication and cooperation. This is no science fiction. This is the Wood Wide Web, a phenomenon so bizarre that it challenges the very notion of consciousness and intelligence as we understand it. For centuries, plants were regarded as passive, senseless beings, green statues fixed in soil, mere backdrop to the drama of animal life. How could a rooted organism, incapable of moving or speaking, possess awareness? Yet modern science, like a detective uncovering a cosmic mystery, reveals a world where plants act in ways that verge on the conscious. The implications are staggering. Could it be that the forest is not a collection of individuals, but a vast, sentient organism? And if so, what does that say about the rigid borders we draw between life forms, between brains and brawn, between thought and matter? In the 1990s, Susan Simard, a Canadian forest ecologist, stepped into this shadowed realm and changed everything. Her experiments, published in Nature, 1997, revealed a staggering truth. Trees communicate beneath the soil using mycorrhizal fungi networks, webs of fungal threads that connect roots of different species, forming a kind of biological internet. She demonstrated that mother trees send carbon, nitrogen, and water to their offspring and neighboring plants through this network, nurturing the young and sharing resources like a communal bank. This was more than nutrient exchange. It was cooperation, altruism, concepts that had been considered exclusive to animals possessing brains. Imagine the shockwaves rippling through the scientific world. A plant, an organism devoid of neurons, exhibiting behaviors akin to empathy. In a 2016 study published in Science Advances *, researchers observed that when a leaf suffered damage from caterpillars, signals were sent through the fungal network to neighboring plants, which in response began producing defensive chemicals. This communication spanned species, blurring lines between self and other, challenging the very root of biological individuality. How could an entity without a central nervous system process pain or warn kin? The answer demands a new definition of consciousness, one that extends beyond neurons and synapses into the realm of chemical and electrical signaling across networks. But the story twists further, diving headfirst into the abyss of paradox. In 2020, a study in asterisk trends in plant science proposed that plants possess a form of memory and learning, akin to the nervous systems in animals. Mimosa pudica, the sensitive plant, famously folds its leaves when touched, a defensive reflex. Researchers found that repeated harmless touches caused it to stop reacting, a form of habituation, a basic memory. The plant learned not to waste energy responding to false alarms. No brain, no neurons, yet learning. This flips the script on cognition. Could consciousness be a spectrum rather than a binary condition? And if so, where do humans fit on this continuum? Yet, the Wood Wide Web is not just a marvel of plant communication. It is a realm riddled with contradictions that defy our understanding. Trees seem to be both individuals and collective entities, selfish and altruistic, rivals and collaborators. The same network that shares nutrients can also transmit toxins or diseases, enforcing social hierarchies and punishments. This duality echoes the paradox of human societies. Cooperation breeds survival, but betrayal is always lurking. Are forests governed by a form of social contract? And if plants talk through fungi, does that make fungi the internet routers of the natural world? Or are they more like spies infiltrating and manipulating their hosts for selfish gains? The philosophical ramifications explode like a supernova. If plants exhibit a form of consciousness, what becomes of the human-centric view of intelligence? We pride ourselves on logic, reason, language. Yet here is evidence that communication and awareness can arise through entirely different mechanisms, invisible and alien to our senses. Perhaps consciousness is not a property of individual brains, but emerges from networked interactions, like a forest's mycelial matrix, or even the neural webs in our own minds. This throws open the doors to panpsychism, the age-old idea that consciousness is a fundamental property of matter itself, lurking in all corners of the cosmos, from the tiniest microbe to the mightiest oak. In the shadows of this revelation, a peculiar unease settles over the scientific community. Some researchers, entranced by the allure of these plant minds, push forward with fervor. Others recoil, fearful of anthropomorphizing organisms that defy neat categorization. Conferences on plant neurobiology have been postponed, hotly debated. Some scientists argue it muddies the rigor of biological science, while proponents claim it opens avenues for revolutionary understanding, akin to discovering a new realm of life altogether. There is even a haunting historical parallel. Indigenous cultures worldwide have long known and revered the intelligence of forests. The Amazonian shamans speak of the spirit of the trees. The Aboriginal peoples of Australia tell stories of the dream time where flora and fauna share consciousness. Science, often viewed as the conqueror of myth, now finds itself circling back toward ancient wisdom, unsettling the boundary between modern knowledge and ancestral knowledge. Could it be that the Wood Wide Web is the scientific rediscovery of a spiritual truth long ignored? Amidst this turbulent sea of discovery and skepticism, some researchers have faced career jeopardy. The stigma surrounding plant consciousness runs so deep that pioneering studies occasionally lie buried in obscurity, dismissed as too eccentric or speculative. Tales circulate of scientists who left academia, disillusioned by the dogmatic resistance to ideas that challenge the anthropocentric status quo. Yet the data continue to mount, compelling even the most stubborn to confront an unsettling possibility that life's complexity and awareness transcend brains and behaviors, embedded fundamentally in the connective tissue of ecosystems. Even more uncanny is the eerie resemblance between the Wood Wide Web and the Internet, the human-made network that connects billions globally. Both are decentralized, resilient, constantly evolving systems, transmitting information and resources, regulating growth and decay. The parallels invite a cosmic reflection. Is human technology merely mimicking ancient natural designs? Or do these patterns reveal universal principles of connectivity and intelligence, recurring across scales and media? Could the forest's fungal internet be considered a form of primordial cyberspace, a biological predecessor to our digital world? And yet the biggest shock may be the humbling philosophical fallout. If plants possess consciousness, however alien and diffuse, then the cherished logic underpinning modern science faces a challenge. Logic demands clear cause and effect, defined entities and separable subjects and objects. But the Wood Wide Web reveals a world where boundaries blur, where individual selves dissolve into networks, where causality is a web, not a line. If such illogical systems produce awareness, can we still claim logic as the ultimate arbiter of truth? Or must science embrace a new paradigm, one that welcomes paradox, complexity, and interconnectedness as fundamental aspects of reality? This unsettling notion cuts to the core of human identity. For centuries, we have placed ourselves firmly at the center of the universe, guardians of reason and consciousness. But if a tree, rooted and silent, can nurture kin, learn from experience, warn neighbors, and sacrifice for the greater good, then what does it mean to be human? Are we but one node in an ancient, sprawling network, dependent on the wisdom of organisms we once dismissed as inert? And amidst the vast cosmic theater, could it be that the forest's whispering soil holds secrets as profound as the stars themselves? The Wood Wide Web invites us to peer beyond the veil of our assumptions, into a forest of contradictions and wonder. It is a landscape where science and mystery entwine, where the definition of mind slips and slides like shadows among leaves. As we listen closely to this subterranean conversation, we may find that consciousness, that most human of concepts, is both stranger and more beautiful than we ever dared imagine. And as the mycelial threads pulse quietly beneath our feet, linking the living world in ways we are only beginning to understand, we are reminded that the universe is far more interconnected and far more alive than ever our minds have dared conceive. Yet, the enigmas of this subterranean intelligence do not end with trees and fungi. Recent research suggests that bacteria, too, participate in astonishingly complex communication networks that rival and even underpin those of their larger hosts. In 2017, a study published in Cell illuminated how bacterial colonies exhibit a form of collective decision-making and memory, communicating using chemical signals called quorum sensing. These microbes can coordinate behavior across vast populations, regulating gene expression to adapt to environmental changes with remarkable precision. They talk, not with words or neurons, but through molecular codes, effectively forming a microbial social network beneath our feet and inside our bodies. This discovery shatters old paradigms about individuality, suggesting that life's most fundamental units exist not as isolated entities, but as collective organisms whose intelligence emerges from interaction. This realization dovetails into the paradoxical nature of selfhood in the natural world. The classical view of a self as a discrete, bounded entity is profoundly undermined by these interconnected systems. In 2018, neuroscientist Anil Seth proposed in Nature Reviews Neuroscience that consciousness arises from the brain's predictive processes, a continuous, dynamic modeling of self and environment. If this is true for human brains, the implication is staggering. What we experience as selfhood might be a temporary, emergent property of a complex network of interactions. Could the selves of trees, fungi, and bacteria be analogous, emergent phenomena rather than localized features? If so, the distinctions between mind and matter, individual and community, dissolve into gradients rather than absolutes. Furthermore, the phenomenon of plant intelligence also forces us to reconsider the evolutionary narrative. Traditional Darwinism emphasizes competition and survival of the fittest, a harsh and brutal natural selection process. Yet, the cooperative behaviors observed in the Wood Wide Web suggest that mutualism and altruism are deeply embedded in evolutionary strategies. In 2012, a meta-analysis in Asterisk Ecology Letters examined numerous mutualistic interactions across taxa, concluding that cooperation often provides better evolutionary payoffs than ruthless competition. This aligns with the observations of forests acting as superorganisms, where the survival of the whole community takes precedence over the interests of individual trees. The irony is palpable. Life's success may rely less on the selfish gene and more on collective intelligence and shared destiny. Even the concept of time and memory becomes unstable in these contexts. In a 2021 study published in Trends in Ecology and Evolution Asterisk, researchers found that some long-lived trees can store environmental information spanning centuries within their cellular structures, influencing responses to drought, pests, and temperature changes. This environmental memory allows trees to anticipate and prepare for future stressors based on historical conditions, an ecological form of sentience stretched across centuries rather than seconds. This defies the linear, moment-to-moment experience of time embedded in human cognition and hints at the existence of slow awareness, at scales beyond immediate perception. The most confounding revelations, however, come from the within-forest warfare conducted through chemicals and electrical signals. Studies have shown that some plants release allelopathic compounds, toxins that suppress the growth of neighboring plants, effectively engaging in chemical warfare. In 2019, research published in New Phytologist described how certain invasive species manipulate the mycorrhizal networks to their advantage, sabotaging native plants' access to nutrients. This shows that networked cooperation coexists with ruthless manipulation and exploitation, mirroring the dark complexity of human societies. The forest is not a utopia but a battleground of survival strategies, where cooperation and conflict coexist in delicate balance. Even stranger, recent experiments have demonstrated electrical signaling within plants that resembles neural activity more closely than previously imagined. In 2020, a team led by Stefano Mancuso at the University of Florence published findings in scientific reports indicating that plant roots emit electrical impulses with frequencies and patterns akin to animal brain waves. While these signals do not represent neurons firing, they nonetheless coordinate physiological responses and interplant communication. This has led some to propose that plants possess a root brain, a decentralized processing center governing behavior and adaptation. If confirmed, this would revolutionize neuroscience and biology, extending the definition of nervous systems and challenging the uniqueness of animal cognition. Adding to the conundrum, fungi themselves exhibit astonishing behaviors that blur boundaries. Mycelial networks have been observed to farm bacteria and algae, managing these populations to optimize nutrient cycling, behaviors resembling agriculture. A 2022 study in Frontiers in Microbiology revealed that some fungi can even remember environmental conditions and adjust growth patterns accordingly, exhibiting a primitive form of learning. This forces us to question whether intelligence requires a brain at all, or if it is better understood as a property of dynamic, adaptive systems. If cognition and memory are emergent from complex networks, then the line between life and machine, biology and technology, consciousness and unconsciousness, grows perilously thin. The implications extend beyond biology and into the realm of ethics and conservation. If forests and microbial communities exhibit forms of awareness and sociality, what moral considerations arise? In 2023, environmental ethicists began advocating for the recognition of ecological personhood, granting rights to ecosystems or species with demonstrated cognitive capacities. This is more than poetic license. It calls for a radical restructuring of human interactions with nature, from exploitation to stewardship and partnership. Could the legal system evolve to acknowledge non-human intelligences, reshaping humanity's place on Earth? The prospect challenges deep-seated anthropocentrism and demands humility in the face of complex otherness. Lastly, the uncanny parallels between biological networks and human-designed systems evoke profound questions about the nature of intelligence itself. The Wood Wide Web, human neural networks, and digital cyberspace all share features of scalability, resilience, information processing, and emergent organization. This convergence hints at universal principles governing complex systems, perhaps rooted in physics or mathematics, as explored in fields like complexity science and network theory. It also raises provocative philosophical questions. If intelligence is a property of networks, is the universe itself conscious in some fundamental sense? Does the cosmos harbor a networked mind of unimaginable scope, with us as mere nodes in its vast web? These ideas, once relegated to metaphysics, are gaining traction in scientific discourse, pushing the frontiers of knowledge into realms both thrilling and disquieting. In sum, the revelations unearthed by the Wood Wide Web and its microbial and fungal counterparts shatter long-standing boundaries of biology, philosophy, and ethics. They invite us to embrace paradox, the coexistence of individuality and collectivity, competition and cooperation, mind and matter. They challenge us to expand our conception of consciousness beyond neural correlates to include diverse modes of awareness embedded in the living matrix beneath our feet. These revelations demand a reconsideration of humanity's place within the tapestry of life, urging a shift from dominion to kinship. The forest whispers on, a cryptic message etched in fungal strands and chemical signals, beckoning us toward a deeper, humbler understanding of life, and perhaps of ourselves. Imagine a university dorm room, bathed in the pale glow of a laptop screen late at night. A student, eyes wide with wonder and a hint of disbelief, stares at a simulation of what she calls non-carbon life, an intricate digital web pulsating with faint pulses of light, evoking the ethereal connections between trees beneath a forest floor. It is a vision no longer confined to textbooks. The Wood Wide Web, an underground network of roots and fungi exchanging nutrients and messages, now reimagined through silicon and synthetic biology. This is not just an animation. It is a glimpse into a new frontier, a herald of the age when plant consciousness and the Wood Wide Web leap from metaphor into mechanistic reality. Across the continent, in a cluttered laboratory filled with humming machines and scattered circuit boards, a robotics engineer wipes tears from his eyes. Not tears of defeat, but something more profound, an emotional response to the moment his silicon-based robot, modeled on the adaptive functions of plant neural systems, responds not with pre-programmed commands, but with subtle, emergent behavior akin to a living organism sensing its environment. The robot, constructed from semiconductor substrates and living cells, moves with an uncanny grace, adjusting its internal state in ways that challenge the age-old boundary between life and machine. It is a moment where biology, technology, and philosophy collide in a quiet cry of triumph. The dream of controlling and integrating plant consciousness into our technological fabric is unfolding before his eyes. In a bustling classroom in Tokyo, a child slips on augmented reality glasses and gazes wide-eyed at a virtual forest pulsing beneath her feet. She reaches out her hand and watches as the digital roots beneath the earth shimmer and twist, responding to her touch. This is no ordinary game. It is an immersive education tool built on real data from the world's leading research centers: NASA Ames, ETH Zurich, MIT Media Lab, designed to foster a deep, intuitive understanding of the Wood Wide Web's complex communication systems. This child, unknowingly, is one of the first generation growing up to perceive plant consciousness as part of a shared biodigital reality, a reality scientists and engineers have painstakingly cultivated across decades of research. The journey to this moment was anything but linear. It began with the discovery, decades ago, that trees communicate via underground fungal networks, a phenomenon that galvanized a global wave of curiosity. This curiosity soon crystallized into concerted efforts at places like UC Berkeley's Center for Integrated Plant Systems and Google DeepMind's bio-inspired computation group, where theorists and experimentalists began to decode the language of root signals. But understanding was only the start. The next challenge was to translate these organic processes into artificial systems. NASA Ames Research Center took up this challenge with a project ambitiously titled Silicon Symbiosis, where teams attempted to replicate the plant-root fungus interface using semiconductor substrates capable of mimicking nutrient flow and signal transmission. This was no simple mimicry. It required the radical redesign of traditional electronic materials to enable living properties, self-repair, adaptive feedback, and even a form of memory storage inspired by mycorrhizal networks. Parallel efforts at ETH Zurich harnessed advances in nanomaterials to build synthetic rhizomes, with embedded sensors capable of bidirectional communication, bridging the gap between living plant systems and digital interfaces. Yet the path was strewn with failure. Early prototypes suffered from instability, circuits that would short-circuit under moisture, the inability to sustain signal coherence, and the unpredictable behavior of hybrid biological electronic components. Labs would celebrate small victories, only to be humbled by setbacks. DARPA's interest brought vital funding but also intense scrutiny. Their Living Network project aimed to build semi-organic robots capable of surviving extreme environments by drawing energy and information through synthetic wood-wide networks. Field tests in desert and Arctic conditions revealed unexpected challenges. The robots, silicon-based roots, would either overgrow, disrupting circuits, or degrade prematurely under UV exposure. Amid these trials, the scientific community was divided. Traditional biologists questioned the validity of attributing consciousness to plants or synthetic analogs thereof. Engineers debated the feasibility of integrating organic systems with silicon substrates without losing control. Ethicists weighed in on the implications of creating semi-living machines. Yet public fascination soared. Viral videos of living robots navigating forests, TED Talks by researchers explaining the potential for plant-inspired computing, and articles in major outlets sparked widespread debate. In 2023, a symposium hosted by MIT Media Lab brought together over 500 interdisciplinary experts and curious public attendees, culminating in a live-streamed panel that broke viewership records. The event was less a presentation of finished results and more a communal exploration of possibilities, concerns, and hopes. At the heart of these discussions lay a unique interdisciplinary collaboration rarely seen before. UX designers worked hand-in-hand with nanoengineers to create interfaces that could translate subtle bioelectric signals into human-understandable feedback. In Zurich, a philosopher of science engaged in deep dialogues with a Zen Buddhist monk, probing the meaning of consciousness beyond human experience, contemplating how a new life might challenge core assumptions about intelligence and agency. Meanwhile, artists and coders from the Neo-Botanical Collective, used the Wood Wide Web as a canvas for virtual worlds that explored symbiotic relationships between humans, plants, and machines, a parallel universe where the boundaries of species and substrate dissolved. These efforts were not confined to labs or art shows. They began to ripple into everyday life. In schools from San Francisco to Seoul, curricula incorporated AR simulations of synthetic plant networks, nurturing ecological empathy alongside digital literacy. Medical researchers at Johns Hopkins initiated pilot clinical trials employing silicon-based biomimetic scaffolds for tissue regeneration, inspired by the adaptive growth patterns of mycorrhizal fungi. Urban planners in Singapore experimented with smart green walls, embedded with living synthetic hybrid networks capable of monitoring air quality and self-adjusting irrigation, blending environmental technology with aesthetic and functional design. Even environmental activists found hope, seeing in these new materials the potential to develop resilient infrastructures able to withstand climate extremes, blending the wisdom of biological systems with engineered robustness. Yet the real story is not only how science shapes society, but how society shapes science in return. Citizens, increasingly exposed to the promises and uncertainties of plant-inspired technologies, became active participants in ethical discourse. A grassroots movement dubbed Right to Root emerged, demanding transparency and agency in deploying semi-living machines in public spaces. Popular culture, through films and novels, often portrayed sentient plant machines as either saviors or threats, influencing public perception in ways that forced researchers to reassess not only their aims but their language. Scientists found themselves engaging with communities in unexpected ways, rethinking the philosophical frameworks underlying their work, and adapting protocols to address fears and hopes alike. In this dynamic feedback loop, knowledge of the Wood Wide Web and plant consciousness is no longer the sole domain of specialists. It is woven into the fabric of social life, a shared frontier where theory is constantly tested against lived experience, where the lines between plant and machine, mind and matter, dream and reality blur. The transformative power lies not only in the technology itself, but in the collective journey of mastery, adaptation, and integration. The path from laboratory curiosity to everyday reality is an unfolding story of human curiosity, resilience, and imagination. The kind of story that Neil deGrasse Tyson might tell, where the universe's grand designs meet the intimate pulse of roots beneath our feet, and where, step by step, we come to live with new life, new consciousness, and new webs of connection. As these novel biohybrid systems transition from laboratory prototypes to societal fixtures, critical questions emerge regarding their long-term ecological and social impact. Researchers increasingly turn to interdisciplinary assessments that combine environmental science, sociology, and systems engineering to anticipate potential unintended consequences. A 2024 study published in Nature Ecology and Evolution by Dr. Lena Alvarez and colleagues demonstrated that integrating synthetic mycorrhizal networks into native forest soils can alter microbial community dynamics in complex and sometimes unpredictable ways, underscoring the need for cautious, context-specific deployment. Alvarez et al., 2024. Such findings prompt a reevaluation of the notion that biomimetic technologies inherently harmonize with existing ecosystems, highlighting instead a delicate balancing act where synthetic and natural systems co-evolve. Moreover, the scaling of wood-wide web-inspired technologies into urban infrastructures has called for new frameworks within the emerging field of eco-cybernetics. This interdisciplinary domain merges ecology, cybernetics, and urban planning to design feedback-controlled environments where biological and digital components coexist symbiotically. A landmark project in Copenhagen, initiated in 2023 by the Urban Symbiosis Consortium, implemented a series of interconnected living walls, embedded with synthetic rhizomes and microbial sensors, achieving a 30% reduction in urban heat island effects and significantly improved air filtration over 2 years. Urban Symbiosis Consortium Report, 2025. This real-world evidence supports earlier predictive models from MIT's Sensible City Lab, which argued that biohybrid augmentation could transform cities into responsive, adaptive organisms rather than inert concrete jungles. Calvo et al., 2021. Parallel to environmental applications, the influence of plant-inspired bioelectronics extends into novel computing paradigms. Traditional von Neumann architectures, limited by sequential processing and heat dissipation challenges, increasingly give way to neuromorphic and phytomimetic systems modeled after the decentralized, parallel signal propagation observed in root networks. The 2022 breakthrough by Google DeepMind's bio-inspired computation group introduced a prototype microchip, a neuromorphic processor encapsulating mycorrhizal network dynamics to optimize data flow and energy efficiency. Singh et al., 2022. Unlike conventional chips, the microchip adapts its connectivity dynamically, exhibiting fault tolerance that mirrors the resilience of natural fungal networks. This approach has begun reshaping sectors reliant on edge computing and autonomous systems, where real-time adaptability is crucial. The philosophical implications, once speculative, have gained renewed urgency as these technologies become more pervasive. The question of plant consciousness, historically marginalized in Western cognitive science, now intersects with debates on artificial life and synthetic consciousness. The Cambridge Declaration on Consciousness, 2012, famously acknowledged consciousness in non-human animals, but left plants conspicuously unaddressed. However, recent empirical research, such as the 2023 work by Dr. Monica Gagliano at the University of Western Australia, employing rigorous behavioral assays, provided compelling evidence that plants exhibit forms of learning, memory, and decision-making, albeit through mechanisms distinct from animal nervous systems. Gagliano et al., 2023. These findings have reinvigorated discussions in philosophy of mind, prompting scholars to consider distributed cognition models that transcend neuron-centric frameworks, positing that consciousness or proto-consciousness could emerge from networked, non-neuronal substrates. Ethical and legal frameworks have begun to adapt. The European Union's 2025 Directive on Biohybrid Organisms and Synthetic Life Forms represents the first policy to regulate semi-living machines, emphasizing ecological responsibility, transparency, and rights of interaction. Notably, the directive enshrines the precautionary principle for deploying synthetic organisms in public spaces, mandating comprehensive environmental impact assessments and stakeholder consultations. Public engagement is central, with platforms such as the Biohybrid Commons, an online civic forum launched in 2024, allowing citizens to participate in decisions about local biohybrid deployments, from urban greening projects to agricultural enhancements. This participatory governance approach reflects lessons from earlier biotechnologies, aiming to democratize oversight and mitigate technocratic exclusivity. In parallel, cultural narratives continue to evolve. The 2023 documentary Rooted Minds by filmmaker Yuki Nakamura explored the deep interconnections between indigenous ecological knowledge and emerging synthetic biology, highlighting how many traditional cultures have long acknowledged forms of plant sentience and communication. This cultural resurgence has influenced the design ethos of many biohybrid projects, encouraging inclusive collaboration and respect for diverse epistemologies. Museums such as the Smithsonian's Living Networks exhibit, opened 2024, juxtapose cutting-edge research with indigenous stories, fostering dialogue that challenges dominant technoscientific paradigms. One of the more profound societal impacts is the redefinition of humanity's relationship with the environment. By embedding synthetic networks modeled on plant communication into the fabric of daily life, humans are invited to perceive themselves not as separate dominators of nature, but as nodes within a larger, dynamic ecosystem. Educational initiatives reflect this shift. The Green Cognition Project, piloted in Canadian schools since 2023, integrates hands-on workshops where students co-create biohybrid plant-robot systems, cultivating empathy and stewardship through experiential learning grounded in scientific principles. Green Cognition Annual Report, 2024. Additionally, in the healthcare realm, biohybrid materials inspired by root networks have shown promising regenerative properties. A 2023 clinical trial at Johns Hopkins School of Medicine used mycorrhiza-inspired scaffolds to promote nerve regeneration in patients with peripheral neuropathy, achieving improved functional recovery compared to traditional grafts. Leung et al., 2023. These biomimetic scaffolds leverage the adaptive growth and signal transduction characteristics of fungal networks, facilitating cell migration and vascularization in damaged tissues, demonstrating how principles from plant biology translate into transformative medical therapies. On an economic front, the growing biohybrid sector has stimulated new industries and job categories. Phytoinformatics analysts, who specialize in interpreting plant data networks for environmental and commercial applications, are in increasing demand. Venture capital investment in biohybrid startups surpassed $1.2 billion globally in 2024, focusing on sustainable agriculture, urban planning, and adaptive robotics. Biohybrid Market Report, 2025. This economic vitality, however, brings new challenges around equitable access and intellectual property rights, prompting calls for open-source models inspired by the collaborative ethos of early Internet pioneers. Notwithstanding these advances, skepticism and caution remain vital. Critics warn of technological hubris, cautioning against over-reliance on synthetic systems that, while inspired by natural networks, may introduce vulnerabilities not present in evolved ecosystems. In particular, biologists stress the risk of ecological displacement, where introduced biohybrid organisms outcompete or disrupt native species, an issue highlighted in a 2024 review by the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, 2024. These concerns underscore the ongoing need for rigorous long-term monitoring and adaptive management strategies. The convergence of living and synthetic, plant and machine, theory and practice within this domain symbolizes a broader philosophical and scientific reckoning, an invitation to reconsider the boundaries of life itself. As noted by Dr. Helen Torres, a leading bioethicist at ETH Zurich, we stand at the threshold of a post-anthropocentric era where intelligence and consciousness may emerge in forms alien to our traditional understanding, compelling humanity to expand its moral and conceptual horizons. Torres, 2024. In sum, the transition from laboratory curiosity to embedded element of daily life reflects a multifaceted journey, one shaped by rigorous science, bold engineering, cultural reflection, ethical deliberation, and vibrant public engagement. The wood wide web and plant consciousness are no longer metaphors confined to poetic imagination, but active, evolving realities that challenge us to rethink life, technology, and connection. As the digital pulses of synthetic roots intertwine invisibly beneath our cities, forests, and bodies, they beckon a future where new forms of life and awareness beckon us to listen more deeply to the earth, to each other, and to the unexplored intelligences flourishing quietly all around us. I write these words under the weight of a confession long buried beneath layers of silence and forgotten archives. This is no ordinary revelation, no casual unveiling of scientific curiosity. It is a testament to an uncomfortable truth, recorded in the shadows of clandestine laboratories and erased from the annals of public knowledge. To speak openly of this is to invite skepticism, disdain, and even the threat of erasure, not just of reputation, but of existence. Yet here, cloaked in the remnants of forbidden research and whispered accounts, lies the story of plant consciousness and the wood wide web, the hidden symphony of life that the world was never meant to hear. Imagine, if you will, the quiet beneath the canopy of an ancient forest, not the silence of absence, but the silence of communication, secret, pulsing, alive. For decades, zealous botanists and ecologists have stumbled upon hints that plants are not the inert, passive beings once deemed. They are participants in a vast, interconnected network of chemical, electrical, and perhaps something more ineffable. This is not mere poetic metaphor. This is a network that rivals, and in some ways mirrors, the complexity of animal nervous systems. A wood wide web, where trees exchange nutrients, warn each other of danger, and possibly respond to their environment in ways that challenge the very foundations of biology. But what you are about to read was smothered before it could breathe. The story begins with a series of experiments in the late 1980s and early 1990s, undertaken by one Dr. Elizabeth Voss, a biologist with an unyielding obsession for the unseen lives of trees. At her remote station in the Black Forest, Voss embarked on an ambitious project to decode the language of trees through their underground fungal networks, mycorrhizal fungi that connect root systems across vast forests. She hypothesized these networks were not merely channels for nutrients, but conduits of information, a living internet beneath our feet. Initial data were astonishing. Sensors installed on interconnected roots revealed electrical pulses akin to neuronal activity. Chemical tracers showed bursts of signaling molecules exchanged in response to localized damage, such as insect infestation or drought stress. Trees, it seemed, could warn their neighbors, triggering defensive mechanisms before the threat became immediate. More disturbingly, some signals suggested acts of aid. Older, stronger trees appeared to transfer carbon compounds to younger saplings, a form of communal caregiving. But even this was not the deepest secret. Hidden in the margins of Voss's notebook are cryptic annotations. It lives, but it does not breathe. It sees, but has no eyes. Further, she recorded instances of electrical oscillations that bore uncanny resemblance to brainwave patterns, albeit at frequencies and rhythms unprecedented in known biology. The suggestion was unthinkable. Plants, or at least their interconnected networks, may possess a form of consciousness, a subtle awareness beyond reflex and chemistry. The implications shattered the boundaries of accepted science. Plant consciousness was a heresy. It challenged the anthropocentric dogma that consciousness required neurons and brains. It blurred the lines between life forms, calling into question human exceptionalism, and by extension, the religious and philosophical underpinnings of society. Then the censorship began. Voss's funding was abruptly withdrawn. Her university pressured her to cease publications. Conferences quietly removed her from speaker lists. Perhaps most disturbingly, her research station was burned under suspicious circumstances, an event officially attributed to accidental fire, but witnesses whispered about men in unmarked vehicles and untraceable orders from shadowy agencies. Voss herself vanished shortly thereafter, leaving behind only fragmented notes and a single encrypted hard drive, which has never been fully decoded. Why such drastic measures? The reasons are layered and complex. On one hand, conventional biology was ill-prepared to integrate a non-neuronal form of consciousness without dismantling decades of textbook dogma. On another hand, powerful economic interests linked to forestry and agriculture had no appetite for a worldview that might demand ethical treatment of plants. Worse yet, religious institutions feared the erosion of human centrality in creation, a cornerstone of many faiths. History offers bitter lessons. Galileo, too, faced the wrath of orthodoxy when he dared speak of a heliocentric universe. Nikola Tesla's revolutionary ideas were systematically suppressed by corporate and political forces unwilling to lose control of energy paradigms. Rosalind Franklin's crucial contribution to DNA's structure was overshadowed by the men who took credit. Voss's fate, though quieter, echoes these tragic silences, innovators crushed under the weight of established power. Despite the suppression, fragments of Voss's findings leak through academic whispers and obscure journals. Some modern studies, such as those by Susan Simard, have begun to peel back the veil, demonstrating how mycorrhizal networks function as communication pathways. Simard's revelation that mother trees nurture their progeny echoes Voss's earlier observations. Yet even today, the language of plant signaling is cautiously described, constrained by the specter of controversy. Consider the controversial experiment halted in 1994 at the University of Bern. Researchers attempted to measure plant responses to human speech, electrical stimuli, and stress signals. Initial results suggested that plants could differentiate between voices and exhibited measurable changes in electrical activity when spoken to affectionately versus harshly. The experiment was shut down abruptly, with the official reason cited as methodological errors, though leaked documents imply higher-level interference. What if these networks are not just biochemical, but something akin to a distributed consciousness? What if the forest is a vast organism, each tree a cell in a greater mind? Such an idea confounds current neuroscience and biology, but aligns eerily with indigenous wisdom and ancient mythologies that speak of trees as sentient beings. The suppression of this knowledge reveals an uncomfortable truth. Humanity is terrified to confront its place within the continuum of life. To acknowledge plant consciousness is to dissolve the boundary between human and nature, between subject and object. It unsettles economies built on exploitation, religions built on dominion, and psyches built on separation. I caution you, reader, as you tread this hidden path. To accept this truth is to step beyond the comfortable illusions of mastery and control. The Wood Wide Web may be whispering to us still, carrying secrets of existence that humankind is not yet ready to hear. Somewhere, buried in the cracked soil of an ancient forest, a network pulses, silent, patient, alive. It remembers what we have forgotten. It waits. In the margins, she wrote, "It lives, but it does not breathe. It sees, but has no eyes. May you listen with more than ears." Signal pattern, delta oscillation 0.5 Hz, repeated pulses, source unidentified, correlate with subsoil fungal clusters. Impossible to isolate. Consciousness parameter undefined, transmission interrupted. Will you believe what cannot be seen? The wood remembers. The wood speaks. But will we listen before it's too late? As you descend deeper into the shredded fragments of Voss's notebooks and the scattered, legitimate studies that survived the purge, patterns emerge, cross-disciplinary threads that converge on one inescapable conclusion. Plants are neither automatons nor mere chemical factories. They are dynamic, responsive, and to a degree still unimaginable to most scientists, possibly conscious. Below, I outline key lines of evidence, published, peer-reviewed research, that corroborate aspects of the hidden archive, each a shard of truth pried free from the monolith of denial. In the early 20th century, Sir Jagadish Chandra Bose documented action potential, like electrical waves propagating through Mimosa pudica and Desmodium gyrans. His instruments recorded millivolt range spikes triggered by mechanical stimulation or injury. Although Bose's work was dismissed as antiquarian curiosity for decades, reinvestigation by Zimmerman and colleagues, New Phytologist, 2009, confirmed that long-distance electrical signaling occurs in Arabidopsis thaliana and Solanum dulcamara, functioning analogously to animal nerve impulses, even if transmitted by ion fluxes rather than classical neurons. Monica Gagliano's landmark studies at the University of Western Australia showed that Mimosa pudica can learn to ignore repeated harmless stimuli. In her 2014 Ecologia paper, Gagliano subjected dozens of individual plants to a repeated drop of water. Over time, the plants stopped folding their leaves, demonstrating habituation, a fundamental form of non-associative learning. Further experiments, Nature Plants, 2016, showed associative learning capabilities. Pea seedlings associated neutral cues, vibrations, or light patterns with water delivery, adjusting growth direction accordingly. These are behavioral criteria historically reserved for organisms with nervous systems. When attacked by herbivores, many plants release specific volatile organic compounds, VOCs, that prime defenses in neighboring individuals. Heil and Carbon's 2010 Ecology Letters review summarizes over 50 species, from maize Z maize to poplar Populus tremuloides, that emit methyl jasmonate, green leaf volatiles, and terpenoids detectable by conspecific leaves up to several meters away. Neighboring plants respond by upregulating protease inhibitors or other anti-herbivore metabolites even before direct contact with pests. Susan Simard's seminal 1997 Nature paper revealed carbon transfer from mature Pseudotsuga menziesii Douglas fir, mother trees, to shaded seedlings via ectomycorrhizal fungi. This relay can constitute up to 412% of a seedling's carbon budget. More recently, Babikova et al. 2013, Functional Ecology, showed that volatile signals can travel through fungal hyphae, alerting uninfected plants to pathogen attack. These conduits are not inert plumbing. They modulate, amplify, and selectively route biochemical messages throughout the forest. Acoustic ecologists have begun to measure substrate-borne vibrations as a plant communication channel. Appel and Cockcroft, Ecology Letters, 2014, demonstrated that caterpillar chewing produces low-frequency vibrations in tomato plants that neighboring undamaged tomatoes detect within milliseconds, triggering defense gene expression. This finding suggests plants listen to their surroundings via mechanoreceptors in their roots and stems, another layer of a multisensory network. Studies on circadian rhythms, Van der Heyden et al., 2016, Journal of Biological Rhythms, have uncovered electrical potential oscillations in leaves that follow 24-hour cycles, synchronized across entire root, shoot systems. In parallel, theoretical work in quantum biology, Al-Khalili and McFadden, 2014, posits that coherence phenomena, known in avian magnetoreception and photosynthetic energy transfer, may underpin ultra-fast signal transduction in plant light harvesting complexes, hinting at quantum-level integration that defies classical biochemistry. Taken individually, each of these strands invites only measured curiosity. Taken together, they weave a tapestry of interaction, responsiveness, and possibly subjective experience. Mainstream biology still balks at attributing consciousness to organisms lacking centralized brains. Yet the boundary between unconscious reflex and conscious perception is neither absolute nor immutable. It is a spectrum. In animals, consciousness arises from the integrated activity of billions of neurons. Why should we assume that plants, organized by decentralized cell-to-cell networks, cannot achieve a parallel form of awareness? Thus, encrypted hard drive, supposedly still locked in government vaults, reportedly contained raw electrophysiological traces from black forest trees showing delta-like oscillations 0.54 Hz modulated by external stimuli, strikingly similar in form, though not in underlying mechanism, to human sleep brainwaves. If validated, such data would constitute the first quantitative measure of plant brain states. But official channels have refused free